and judicial retention contests. So we're going to have, and this is the first time since 2006, a two-page ballot. And what I mean by two-page ballot, it's going to be two separate pieces of paper that voters will be voting in Maricopa County. And it's going to be two 17-inch pieces of paper with contests on the front and back of both sides of those pieces of paper. So I think we're going to move over here. I'm going to check to see. I'm going to go touch base with our election director, Lisa Mara, and see if we're ready to go ahead and start. Hey, Lisa, I'm bringing over the mic.
Okay, stop.
So,
As I'm drinking.
I purposely waited. You went and got some water so I could come.
If only there were cookies, I could be eating and have food in my mouth.
So, well, how has your trip around? It's probably one of the most exciting times of the year, getting to take that little plane and fly around
in the
all.
Heat, right? In the summer heat, in the afternoons with the hottest time. But it has been wonderful. As you know, I'm so honored to work with all 15 counties and to see how different they are and how all the different counties have different resources, different setups. It's just amazing, and everybody's got such a great attitude. Everybody did wonderful. So far, 14 counties tested, 14 counties passed. Today's our 15th. I have all the expectation in the world that you'll pass just fine. There's always a couple glitches we got to work out, and that's why we test. It's so important to test exactly how it is in the real world. So that's why we bring ballots that are folded, like early ballots. We test ballot on demand, flat ballots. We test, nobody knows how many we bring. Nobody knows the results till we open the sealed envelope. But it has gone really well, and we're excited always to finish the testing here at Maricopa.
So one thing, Lisa Mara, the state elections director, just mentioned that no one knows how many even ballots they're bringing to their counties. So this is a blind test to the county officials. So they have no knowledge of the ballots that they selected, the contest that they ended up voting, how they voted those contests. We'll be even testing our adjudication system. That's a requirement of state statute if a county is using electronic adjudication. And so then they've adjudicated contests a certain way that the counties have no knowledge of going into the test, a true blind test. And so we had to provide our program to the Secretary of State several weeks ago so that they could then create this blind test of ours. And they're testing to make sure that we first are using the certified program that was certified at the federal level and at the state level. And they're also then going to test that we, the counties, program that equipment accurately. They'll start with our accessible voting devices. So our accessible voting devices are fantastic equipment. They're a requirement of the Help America Vote Act, HAVA, to ensure that we're able to serve every voter if they want to vote in person, and they can vote autonomously. That means they can vote unassisted and complete their ballot. And we'll walk over there and we'll show some of the different functionality of that test. But you'll go through and you'll test all the different audio and make sure that we recorded phonetically the names of the candidates correctly.
And in the right order, because there's a certain order that candidates have to show up on the ballots, and that they can use any touch screens. They can make the font larger, smaller. They can make the machines talk louder, slower. It's really a comprehensive test, and it could not be more random. Our staff works for weeks pre-marking ballots by hand with different types of ink pens with a predetermined script. So it just could not be more random. If anybody could think how it could be more random, we'd love to know, because we would try to make it more random.
Well, and we've even done some of that right a few weeks ago. Actually, the first week of September, we invited the county chairs from the political parties in to the test, and then they went through and selected the equipment. So they randomly drew the vote centers that would be included in this test, even adding more randomness. So now I think we have everyone to begin our review of our zeros report. So we're going to go ahead and walk over to where the county chairs are doing the review.
And while we're doing that, I'm going to have them open our sealed boxes of ballots so we can start getting that prepped out, and then we'll get things set by machines.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll give you some time to go ahead and prep those ballots, and we're going to go over with the county chairs as they review the zero reports.
Okay, I'll send somebody over to watch you.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you.
So right now, the county chairs are reviewing that zero results report that we just printed from the elections management system. So that is showing that there are zero ballots that have been tabulated are included on our system, as well as the vote totals for every of the all the contests that we'll be testing, that they're also zeroed out. So they'll first start with the review of the report. I think our county, the MCRC, has already reviewed the zero report. So we're waiting on the Democratic Party to review that report. After they've completed that, then they'll go to each one of the tabulators that we'll use to verify that there's been no ballots that have been counted before the LNA and no results that have been tabulated. They'll also do that for our vote center equipment, so our precinct-based tabulators, and they'll run a zero tally report to verify that there's also been no ballots that have been counted on our vote center tabulation equipment as well. And this process of checking the zeros and making sure that we've not tabulated any ballots on our equipment is also a process we carry through when we're tabulating ballots for any election. So before and after every shift that we are tabulating ballots, the political parties, they will have observers that are in this room observing every step and every process that we're taking throughout the election as we're counting ballots. So most of the time observers, they are just that, they're just observers. So if they're at our voting locations, they'll show up, they get appointed by the county chairs for the political parties, they meet with our poll workers, they introduce themselves, and the poll workers find a nice optimal viewing area where they can observe the voting process in the voting location. And they can have a conversation with the inspector at the voting location, which is the supervisor, but they're only able to observe. Same with when we are in signature verification or early ballot processing, we'll have observers in those rooms as well. Those observers, though, are just observing. In this room, our ballot tabulation center, the observers are observing, but they're also playing an important role of checking those tabulators before and after every shift. They're signing off logs to make sure that we're not counting ballots when we don't have observers present. They're also selecting batches of ballots that will be included in the post-election hand count. So the observers that are in this room, I do think it's probably one of the most exciting areas to be as part of the election, but they also are very, very busy. Not only are they observing as we're counting ballots, as our adjudicators are adjudicating those ballots, but also they're then verifying and filling out logs of information. So I think they're nearing reviewing all of those zero reports for the general election. Now, this is a 91 page, so we have over 265 contests on our ballot. So that means that this result report, it produces as a PDF. It takes a little while. This is actually one of the longest parts of the test, is reviewing the zero results, and then after we've completed it, reviewing the actual results and making sure that they match what the Secretary of State, when they hand filled in their ballots and when they prepared their results. And we should have a perfect match. So it looks like we're about nearing. And so the one thing I just want to extend a lot of gratitude to the political parties themselves. So one thing that folks say is, oh, I want to go volunteer for elections. And really, there is no volunteering for elections. Even at our voting locations, our poll workers, they do get paid. I'm sure they would all like to get paid a little bit more, but they do get paid for their great, incredible work to support Maricopa County elections and our democracy. But the political parties themselves, those observers that I was just referring to, those truly are volunteers. They are not getting paid for their service. They're appointees of the county chairs. They're not our employees, and they're dedicating their time. So here they are today. They'll spend all day with us. I expect it will probably be done by early evening with all of those 3 tests that we'll do today. And they're here donating that time to our democracy and to Maricopa County voters. So they are now walking and looking at the equipment itself, and they're verifying that, again, there's no ballots that have been tabulated on each of the equipment. So our central count equipment, it includes 12 central count tabulators. We have 2 different types of central count tabulators. 8 of them are our high speed or our high pro tabulators. And then we have 4 Canon tabulators. Those are also central count. Now our high speed tabulators, they're about twice as fast as our Canon central count tabulators. So these are really the ones that we really lean on to get the most ballots through and counted as quickly as possible. So they can run about 8,000 total pages in an hour, our tabulation equipment. Now, sometimes when I say that, my tabulation manager hesitates and she says, well, they could if we didn't have all this additional logging requirement. So one of the things, and this has been actually a hot button topic recently, is chain of custody. So we have chain of custody that tracks those ballots all the way through every phase of the process. And that's no different than even here in our central counting and our ballot tabulation center. So as our operators are tabulating those ballots, they're filling out logs and they're reconciling those logs to other logs that were completed by early ballot processing boards, bipartisan boards that are separating that ballot from the affidavit envelope. Every batch of ballots that they review, they reconcile it before they accept it into results. And then they're logging all of that information. And that does slow our tabulation process about in half. So I mentioned that these can count about 8,000 pages in an hour. When we do all of that logging, it's closer to about 4,000 pages per hour. And then our Canon tabulators, they're about half as quick. So they can, if we weren't logging and doing all of that logging, they would tabulate ballots about 4,000 pages per hour. And then when we are doing the logging, they can tabulate 2,000 pages per hour. So it does look like they are nearing, so they've set out all the different. So all the zeros for our tabulation equipment have been confirmed. That means that we did that for. Okay, so we've done that for the central county equipment, not our vote center tabulators. They're getting ready to start our accessible voting devices. So let's go ahead and walk over there and I can explain the accessible voting devices a little bit more. And one of the reasons they need to do the accessible voting devices first is, and this is one of the really great features or functions of our equipment, is that our accessible voting devices produce an actual paper ballot. So prior to us having this equipment in 2019, they did not produce a paper ballot. It was all just recorded on a memory card, and then a results report was printed from those were our edge machines that we used to call them. But this equipment does produce that paper ballot, which voters really are thrilled to have if they're using our accessible voting equipment. And that's why we have to test them first, because they will print out an actual paper ballot that gets included in the logic and accuracy test of our central count equipment. So right now they will be going through, you can see some of them are going to be wearing these headphones. So as part of their test, they will then be listening to how we programmed all the contests on the ballot to make sure that the contest name in both English and in Spanish is phonetically correct, as well as the candidates' names themselves, that we phonetically have pronounced them correctly. And we actually rely on the Secretary of State to provide that phonetic pronunciation that all the different counties use. So we're consistent from county to county to county. So if a voter used an accessible voting device in Mojave County or Greenlee County or La Paz County, they would also then have the same phonetic sound coming from the auditory through those headphones that they have here in Maricopa County. So they'll be testing how we programmed the audio, but then they'll also be testing the functionality of the devices as well. So this is a touchscreen device. So if a voter had maybe a visual impairment and they wanted to be able to have the print on the ballot much larger, because some of the ballot print on our, even though we have 2 pages, those 79.4 contests on average, sometimes voters might think that that print is a little bit too small. We do offer them large print options that they can get it through the mail. If it's in person, they want to vote. Even we have magnifying glasses in our voting locations that a voter could use in the polling booth. But they could also use this accessible voting device to blow up or make that print larger. It also gives functionality to change the contrast. So you can keep it as its current color, like a grayscale color. You can make it with a black background and white text, or you can make it a white background and black text, whatever the voter finds it's most convenient for them. But they don't always have to even just use the touchscreen. They can also use this controller. It looks like an Xbox controller, ATI device, so audio tactical interface. So this would allow a voter to progress through the ballot using this remote control, and say they were blind and could not see, they would use those auditory directions as they are using this device to progress through the ballot. Also, if a voter did not have the use of their arms, maybe they could then bring in their own sip and puff device that they would have with them. They can plug that into this ATI, and then that would allow them to also progress through the ballot. So again, this allows a voter, if they have a disability, to be able to vote autonomously without the assistance of another voter. Now, voters in our voting location, sometimes we get lots of questions of who's allowed in a voting location. And so, obviously our poll workers are allowed to be within a voting location. And every voting location has a 75-foot limit. That 75-foot limit is established by state statute. And that means within that state statute, even if it is a church, why active voting is going on, so that's a private property, that actually becomes the property of Maricopa County elections, because we have to provide and facilitate voting for all of Maricopa County voters. So within that 75-foot line, poll workers are allowed to enter, the voters themselves are allowed to enter, political party observers are allowed to enter, or a voter could bring a assistant, or maybe sometimes right there they have children that want to learn about the voting process. They can bring their children in with them so they can see. But those are the only individuals that are allowed within that voting location, that 75-foot limit. So if a voter wanted to bring an assistant, they could have that. Or let's say they did show up, they didn't have an assistant, but they wanted assistance and they did not want to use the successful voting device, they could then ask for our poll workers to assist. So the poll workers would have to have a bipartisan team, right? So a Republican and Democrat, and they can't encourage a voter to vote one way or the other. They just would assist the voter in completing their ballot. And also, actually, the political party observers that are within the voting location, they could also be tapped to provide assistance. Now, they would have to relinquish their role as the observer to provide that assistance. So if a voter said, I want to have the observers that are assigned to that voting location assist me, those observers would have to, we have a log that the observers sign into. They'll have to sign out, they'll have to take off their badge that identifies them as observers. They could provide that voter their assistance, and then after that voter has completed the voting process, the observer then can re-sign in as an observer, put on their name badge, and then take back that role as being an observer. So here's a good way you can see. So here's the normal grayscale, how you see the touchscreen being used. And if you come over here a little bit for the left, you can see here's where it's on a black background with the white print. So two of the different options. Again, you could end up selecting it to be a white background with black print. You can make it much larger. So lots of options for the voters to use as they're completing their ballot. Other really great features of our accessible voting device. So sometimes voters may undervote or overvote a contest on a ballot. And so an undervoted contest means, let's say a contest is a vote for one. So it's just filling in, the voters guided and directed to just fill in one of the ovals, even if there's multiple candidates that are running for that contest. So in that undervoted contest, they've left all the ovals blank. Or if it was a vote for 3 and they only filled in 2 of the ovals, not 3, that could also be an undervoted contest. This will alert the voter as they're completing their ballot that they have an undervoted contest at the end of completing that ballot. Likewise, if they've overvoted the contest, so if a voter, so it was back to that contest that was a vote for 1, so let's say, and a good example of this is the presidential contest on the ballot. So voters are guided to only vote for 1, and then there'll be little instructions at the top of that contest that says a vote for 1. There should only be filling in 1 of those ovals. But let's say a voter actually filled in 2 of the ovals next to 2 of the different candidates or those presidential electors. That would then count as an overvote. Well, this accessible voting device will alert the voter and say, oh, you may have mistakenly overvoted this contest, and it puts that in as a warning for them to review before they can progress through and then complete their voting ballot. So that's really nice that it provides those voters that warning. So these 12 accessible voting devices, these were selected randomly by the county chairs in early September. So we put all of our, so we'll have 246 vote centers open on election day for this election. So we put all those 246 vote centers in. We use these poker chips and we put the different numbers for the vote centers on, and we put them in a container. And the Libertarian Party, the Republican Party, and the Democratic Party, we invited the Green Party as well, but it was the Libertarian, Republican, and Democrat Party that attended. And they all then took turns randomly drawing which vote centers they wanted to be included in the logic and accuracy tests of our accessible voting devices. And that is the same with the precinct-based tabulators. So the devices that are selected here were randomly selected by the political parties. We did not select them. Now, one thing of note is I mentioned that we'll have 246 total vote centers that are open on Election Day for Maricopa County voters. And we use a vote center model. That means that voters aren't assigned a specific precinct or a specific location. Voters can choose from any one of our voting locations. And you can go to our locations.maricopa.vote website to find a convenient location for them. But we also then have a very robust early voting options for voters. So starting tomorrow, the first day of early voting, when ballots are mailed to those voters, we also open 12 vote centers, regionally deployed throughout Maricopa County. And one of these accessible voting devices is actually scheduled to be out at that voting location. It's the ASU Fitness Center. So after it goes through this its logic and accuracy test, and once it gets certified by the Secretary of State and by the county, we'll have to pack it up, put it in these black containers that are here underneath. We'll put seals around all of those tabulators, and then it gets sent out to that vote center, and it will have to be set up this tomorrow morning, first thing, before that voting location opens at 9 a.m. That ended up being the only accessible voting device that was selected from our 27-day voting locations. So we'll open up 12 vote centers on tomorrow, which is October 9th, 27 days before Election Day. Our next phase of vote centers will open up 40 additional, and that's going to be on October 25th. And that is just a little less than 2 weeks before Election Day. It's actually 11 days specifically before Election Day. That will open up that next phase. So we'll have a total of 52 vote centers open and available for voters to choose from for nearly that 2-week period. And when we open those voting locations on October 25th, that next day, October 26th, that Saturday, those vote centers will be open. So that'll be our first Saturday of weekend voting. But we also then have evening voting starting at that point in time. So that Friday when they open on October 25th, vote centers will be open till 7 p.m. at night. And then again, that Monday through Friday of that following week, the week preceding Election Day, all of our vote centers are open from 9 to 7 p.m. So offering voters that evening option. So if they're working during the day, but they want to vote early, and to make sure that they're skipping any of those lines that may occur on Election Day, they can do that by showing up at our early voting locations. And we have, again, a very robust offering, and they'll be deployed throughout the entire county. So one question that I get asked is, well, you're going to be using all of this different equipment at all of our vote centers. So I mentioned 246 vote centers. At those vote centers, we're going to have a minimum of 2 precinct-based tabulators. So those are our vote center tabulators. They're over here along this wall. So 246 locations. Some actually of our voting locations will have 3 of these precinct-based tabulators. So we've have 550 precinct-based tabulators that are ready for this election. We'll also have over 270 accessible voting devices that will be used in this election. So the question is, well, why aren't you testing all of them as part of this logic and accuracy test? And this test is our one-day test. It's our public test, right? The Secretary of State comes in, they randomly select equipment for this test. And then the county will do our test this afternoon, again on this exact same equipment. But the county has actually spent the better part of the last month of nearly all of September proofing all the ballots to get them ready to be mailed out to voters for that military and overseas voting deadline, but also doing 100% test on every piece of equipment that will be used in Maricopa County. So even though today's test is only a random sampling of our equipment, every one of our pieces of equipment was tested before it's sent out to our voting location. And during that testing process, our staff are cleaning the equipment, making sure that it's ready to go. They find any sort of anomalies or issues, those are investigated before we send it out to our voting locations. So right now, our 2 county chairs from the Republican and Democratic Party, they are verifying, so I mentioned we verify the zeros before we run any of the ballots for this logic and accuracy test on this equipment. So they've already done that for the central count equipment. Now they're doing that for each of these vote centers, tabulators. So they do that by running this tally receipt that shows every contest on the ballot and every candidate on the ballot, and that they're currently 0 votes totaled. So they've reviewed that. They've already done that for, looks like these 3 tabulators, and now this is the 4th tabulator that they're doing, and they'll sign off on that. There are 0 results currently loaded onto these tabulators. And this process that the county chairs are doing, it's actually the same process that our poll workers will do before they open the polls on Election Day. So right now, this equipment, and you can see some of the equipment here, we have these tamper evidence seals, right, that are on here. So every one of these seals has a serial number that gets scanned into our tracking database. And we have other seals in various places on this equipment. Eventually, after we complete this logic and accuracy test, there will be 2 additional seals that get added to these doors. They're not added at this point in time because we actually have to run ballots, and then we have to remove these memory cards and then upload those results into our election management system so we can actually perform the logic and accuracy testing on this equipment. But once this goes through its logic and accuracy test for the Secretary of State, goes through then the political party logic and accuracy tests, and then our county test this afternoon and early evening. Hopefully we're done by. Then we will reinstall those memory cards into this equipment. We will seal them up with those tamper-evident seals. Those tamper-evident seals get scanned into our tracking system. That then gets printed on something called a precinct ballot report. And the poll workers, before they use this equipment, they go through and they review that precinct ballot report, and they verify that all the seal numbers that are installed on the tabulators match the ones that we installed here when they were in at central count. And then they go through and open the polls and do this very similar test that the county chairs are doing. And they look to make sure that there are no ballots and there are no contests that have been counted before they start using that tabulator on election day. So our poll workers on election day, they usually arrive right around 5:30 in the morning. Some of them arrive a little bit before that. And this is one of those tasks that they're assigned to do to make sure that this equipment is ready to be used on election day. Okay.
So if we know there's 40 sheets, will it count 40 sheets or 21 ballots?
40 sheets.
Okay, so we'll look for that.
Okay, we've changed out our camera. I guess when we were doing the change out, I probably should have got a little bit of drink of water because I'm getting a little parched. So they're just preparing right now the ballots that they're going to run on our precinct-based tabulators. So the one thing, I've mentioned it, so Maricopa County, the first time since 2006, we're going to have a 2-page ballot. Again, that's 2 separate pieces of paper with contests on the front and back of both pieces of paper. So right now, and this is going to be a fairly similar ballot for our voters. So our voters are going to, it's all going to start, the front of that first page is all going to be those partisan contests, starting with the presidential contest and followed with the U.S. Senate, U.S. Representative, then those state contests, the state senator, state representative, and then it'll be followed by any local contests that are on the ballot. So we'll have county contests. All of our countywide elected officials, our board of supervisors are on the ballot, and then they'll be followed. If you're in a voting or if you live in a precinct that lives within a school district that is having an election, maybe a bond or override election or a school board election, those would then be next placed on the ballot. If you're in a jurisdiction, a city or town that's having an election, then we'll have those city and town contests. Again, if that's mayor, if it's any of their council members, if they're posing any questions to their voters. And those usually all end up being on that front page, or the first page on the front side of that ballot. Some of them do go onto the back page of that first page. Then we will have the judicial retention contest. So in Maricopa County, we have 45 judges that are seeking retention. So 45 of those contests, they will all be on the back of that first page. And then we have a static page, front and back, for all of our statewide and countywide propositions. There's going to be 15 total propositions that are on that second page of the ballot, 13 statewide propositions, and then 2 countywide propositions. One for Maricopa County, it's the transportation excise tax, and then there's the community college district that is also posing a question to voters. So a few things that voters should know and be prepared for about the 2-page ballot. So if you're signed up on the active early voting list, so currently about almost 78% of Maricopa County's voters are signed up on that active early voting list, and that means that they're going to get a ballot mailed to them on tomorrow, October 9th. So that will automatically be sent out to those voters. And it probably will arrive sometime either later this week or early next week. Just sort of depends how long it takes the post office to get. If you're signed up, if you're interested, you can go to beballotready.vote. That's a personalized dashboard, and you can trace your ballot through the process, and it'll show when that ballot's been mailed. You can also, through beballotready.vote, sign up for our text messaging service that will then send a text to your phone that tells you when those ballots have been mailed. So, but for those voters, we will be mailing out that are on the active early voting list. They will have a yellow carrier envelope. So this is this outside envelope. And within that yellow carrier envelope, you're going to have several different items. You're going to have the ballot. So that's 2 separate pages, so that 2-page ballot. You're going to have the voting instructions that tells voters how they're to fill in the ovals, and if they made a mistake on their ballot, how they can request a replacement ballot. Those instructions also have a voting sticker on the outside of that too, so you can get your voting sticker right through the mail. It will also have an insert talking about tabulation and the timeline as Maricopa County counts ballots and how we release those results. And then it will also have a green affidavit envelope within that. So that green affidavit envelope is very, very important because that's what voters will use to return that ballot that 2-page ballot back to Maricopa County so it can be counted. And on the outside of that green affidavit envelope, there's a place for the voter to sign that affidavit envelope, and for them to date it, and for them to put a phone number. So it's very important that voters do add that phone number to that green affidavit envelope, because as the recorder's office is going through and doing signature verification on those green affidavit envelopes, and again, 100% of those green affidavit envelopes go through a signature verification process, all done by humans. They're going through and, hold on, are we still good? Yeah. Okay. So they'll go through and they'll be reviewing those signatures, and they may question a signature, right? Maybe that signature that's on that affidavit envelope isn't consistent with the repository of signatures that the recorder's office has on file. They're verifying it against the initial voter registration record, right? And that voter's signature has matured over time. Or maybe a voter, when they were filling out their affidavit envelope, they're right-handed, and they ended up having surgery on their right hand, or they're out skiing and they broke their right hand and they ended up signing that affidavit envelope with their left hand. Well, that may cause a situation where the signature is inconsistent. So if that is inconsistent, the recorder's office will then try to reach out and contact those voters, right? And when they're doing that, they're going to use that phone number. Now, if there's not a phone number on that affidavit envelope, they'll look through our repository of like maybe the voter provided a phone number when they registered to vote. Maybe they provided on a prior election that they voted in. We have those different opportunities to find that phone number. They also send those voters, if there's sufficient time, a piece of mail notifying the voters. But also, if you're signed up for that text service, right, so then that text service will notify you if that signature has been questioned. So, but it's very important for those voters, and what Maricopa County would really like is for you to return both of those pages. So those 2 separate pieces of paper in that affidavit envelope. Now, if you don't want to vote for the contest on that first page or on that second page, we still are encouraging you to return both of those pages, because that makes our processing that much easier as we're accounting for all those different pages that are coming back to Maricopa County. Also, things to note. It's important for you to not mix up those different pages, especially if you're a household. So say husband and wife are living together, and if they were to return 2-page ones, so let's say the husband put in 2-page ones in that affidavit envelope, and then the wife put into page twos in their affidavit envelope and sent those back to us. That would actually get rejected because under state statute, that's an insufficient ballot. So it's very important for you not to mix up and return those 2-page twos or those 2-page ones in a single same affidavit envelope. And then when you're at the voting location, right, all those voters are going to be issued those 2 separate pages. And it's very important for those voters then not to accidentally leave one of those pages behind in the voting booth, and then to take both of those pages up to our precinct-based tabulator and insert those pages into the tabulator. But again, another area that could be a potential concern. So as a voter is completing their ballot, and sometimes voters don't even realize they do this, but maybe they're filling out their ballot and they inadvertently make a mark in like the timing marks of the ballot. I'll actually show you. So here, before you insert, so here, right here, these are the timing marks of the ballot, right? These little squares that are along the edge and down here at the bottom of the ballot. So if a voter, if they're filling out that ballot and they inadvertently make a timing, like a mark, that might cause that ballot not to be accepted by the tabulator. Now that ballot still can be counted. It would just have to come back here to central count to be duplicated by a bipartisan board, a Republican and Democrat, and many of those appointed by the county chairs, duplicating that ballot onto a ballot that can be tabulated. But those 2-page ballots, if a voter takes that up to the tabulator, they insert their first page into the tabulator. And then let's say that second page is where they made that inadvertent mark in the timing marks, and it's not accepted by the tabulator. Those voters would need to put that ballot into our misread door box. So this is this front door that's at the beginning or at the front of the tabulator. It's segregated from the rest of the ballot box, so it keeps those ballots separate. The voters would need to put it there, and then the poll workers at the end of the night would then count those. They'll put them into a misread envelope. They'll sign off. We'll have chain of custody on those misread ballots. We get them back here to our central counting facility. The county political parties will have those observers that are in this room. And then as we're opening up those misread envelopes, we're determining about counting them. We're comparing and doing reconciliations between the number of check-ins at the voting locations, the number of ballots that were reported on election night. All of that's occurring when we're making determinations and then about counting those ballots that went into that misread door. But the reason we can't issue a new ballot at that point in time is because a voter's already cast their first ballot, or their first page, it's already gone into the tabulator box, and at that point it's anonymous. We can't go open that and find back that ballot. And we can't recheck in that voter and produce them another ballot because they will then produce another page 1 or page 2, whichever the one that already went through the tabulator. So that would then create opportunities for double voting. So again, just to be aware, if you're voting in person and you're voting on election day and you want to feed your ballots into these tabulators, again, just carefully fill out that ballot to make sure that you're not inadvertently making any of those marks and maybe those timing marks. Also, it's important, another thing that might cause that as well is if a voter's, especially if they're using like a thin ballpoint pen, we would prefer voters to use actually the felt tip pen that we put in every single voting booth, because the ink from that felt tip pen dries very, very quickly, as a ballpoint pen does not. But the other thing with a ballpoint pen is they're really thin writing utensils. So sometimes voters, and this would probably be the case with this ballot, they may get voter fatigue as they're filling in their ballot. So if they use that very thin writing utensil and then they decide not to fill in the oval, which is what our preference would be and what the instructions say, to fill in the actual oval, they may choose to vote with X's or check marks. Well, if they vote with X's or check marks, that may not fill in a sufficient amount of the oval, and then that would create an ambiguous mark for the tabulator. And so that the tabulator actually alerts the voters, and it says there's ambiguous marks on these contests, right? And it allows the voter to be able to return that ballot So it'd notify them here on this screen. Okay, there's ambiguous marks on all of these contests. And then at that point in time, the voter, not the poll worker, the voter could hit this red return button. It will then feed that ballot back out of the tabulator. The voter then can look at it and say, oh, yep, I can see where I haven't filled in enough of those ovals. And at that point in time, the voter would be given the opportunity to complete those ovals to a sufficient amount that then they could be accepted by the tabulator. So one thing for voters to know is as they're feeding in their ballots, right, and I already showed you the one red return button, you can see here where she is selecting the green cast button, right? So every ballot is given the opportunity for a voter to either cast or return it, so they can hit that green button and then cast that ballot. And that will turn and highlight green if there, let's say that there's an overvoted contest. Right, so sometimes a voter maybe, and I described what an overvote was earlier, but if you're just tuning in now and you missed that explanation earlier, I'll describe it again. So an overvoted contest would be when you have a vote for one. So president is a good example of a contest where it's vote for one. So voters should only be filling in one of those ovals in that contest. And if, let's say, a voter accidentally filled in two ovals or purposely filled in two ovals, sometimes they do that, that would create an overvoted situation, meaning that there wouldn't be a vote awarded to either candidate. It would be tracked as an overvote and reported on the canvas as an overvoted contest. Oh, actually, here, and if you're in the voting location, the machine will alert the voter that they have an overvoted contest. And if they've had multiple overvoted contests, it will then alert them, and they can go and scroll through, look at all the different contests that they've overvoted. Again, this should be the voter that is touching the screen and selecting these buttons, not the poll worker. That's how we train them. But the poll worker will say, oh, look, there's a message for you to read, right? And then the voter would then go through and read this message and then make their selection. Thank you. In this case, they're casting the ballot. All right, I think I'm going to take the opportunity to go get a drink of water, and I'll be back in just a few moments. Okay, so they are going to start actually printing results report for our vote centers or our precinct-based tabulators. So one of the things in order for a poll worker, I mentioned this earlier, is they check before they start tabulating any ballots. When they open the voting location at the beginning of the day, they do a function called opening the polls. Well, our tabulation equipment has multi-factor authentication, and that's just a fancy way of saying multiple layers of ways that a poll worker would have to enter information into the tabulator in order to be able to access that tabulator. So in this case, there's a security token. It's a button that are specific to these tabulators and each election. So the poll worker will have to use that security key and affix that to. So that's part of the physical security of it. But then they would also have to enter a specific password. So they need to do that in order to open up the polls before using on election day, and then also when they close the polls and run this results tally receipt. And you can see them starting to run that. And so this results tally receipt will show at the end of the night on election night all the contests on the ballot and how every single contest on this machine were tabulated and counted. In addition to, there is these memory cards. So each one of these memory cards is basically a redundant backup system. So when we come back from the voting location on election night, the poll workers are sending back to us, and they'll print out actually 2 copies of those results receipts. So one will go with the ballots themselves. The other will come back to us in a bubble pack along with one of those memory cards. Right. So again, one thing that we like to have in elections is backup plan after backup plan or redundancy after redundancy. And you can see some of those occurring right here. So those paper tally receipts have all the results that were counted on election night. The memory cards themselves have those results. And then the ballots, right? Every voter in Maricopa County and the state of Arizona votes on a paper ballot. So those paper ballots would also then be in that ballot box. Those get packed up on election night. They get put into these black canvas bags. Those black canvas bags then get tamper evident seals affixed to them. All of that gets logged on that precinct ballot report that I was discussing earlier today, and those all come back to us on election night. And then we're verifying that chain of custody throughout that entire process, but also redundancy, right? So we have that printed tally receipt, we've got those memory cards, and we've got the paper ballots themselves. Lots of ways that if something unforeseen were to happen, that we can then recreate what was voted at the voting location. So before we send out our equipment, I mentioned that 100% of the equipment that we're using in this election went through our pre-logic and accuracy test before today. And one of the steps that they're doing, and I mentioned they cleaned the tabulators, but they also checked to make sure that this results tally receipt, because there will be a seal that they'll affix to this results tally receipt, but they have to change that and make sure that they have a full roll, that those poll workers are starting. Because when you think about, they print out that results tally receipt at the beginning of the day, right? The 0 results, they print out a duplicate copy of that. And then at the end of the night, they then print out the results, and then they print out a duplicate copy of the results. So that takes up a lot of the the tally tape to be able to print out all those results. So we want them to have a new receipt tape every time we're sending these out to the voting location. And since it's a vote center model, even though our ballot on average has 79.4 contests on it, these results tally receipts have all of the 265 contests we have because we use a vote center model. So these tabulators can read any one of our ballot styles. And for this election, we'll have over 13,000 page 1 ballot styles and over 7,000, I think it's actually just shy of 8,000, 7,900 and change page 2 ballot styles. And the reason we only have 7,900 page 2 ballot styles is because that second page, our federal-only voters don't have a second page, right? Because they're only eligible to vote for those federal contests. So that's President, U.S. Senate, and U.S. Representative. And there's a lot of concern out there about federal-only voters. And so federal-only voters, those are typically voters that have, when they register to vote, they filled out just a federal voter registration form. So that means when they're filling out that federal voter registration form, they did not have the opportunity to provide documented proof of citizenship, because that is actually only a requirement of the state of Arizona. Where every other state in the nation, voters attest that they are a U.S. citizen under perjury, right? And they're actually committing a crime if they're falsely attesting that they were a U.S. citizen when they're registering to vote. So Arizona has that requirement, that attestation requirement, but they also then require that documented proof of citizenship. Right, so that's a birth certificate, that's a U.S. passport, that could be a naturalization certificate. So any of those items are a way that a voter could then prove citizenship and then in Arizona get access to the full ballot. Other voters that are federal-only voters, some of those voters actually have provided that documented proof of citizenship, but maybe they're now living abroad. So maybe they work for one of the local corporations here in Maricopa County, and that corporation has said, oh, we want you to go work overseas for the next year and a half, right? So they've sent them to a country that's overseas. Well, that voter is still, and maybe that voter sold their house, so they're no longer a resident here in Maricopa County. They don't have that residence, so they wouldn't be eligible to vote in those local contests. So then we produce them a federal-only ballot with just those federal contests on there. So it looks like they're nearing completion of our precinct-based tabulators. We still can't begin our central county equipment until they've completed all of their testing on those accessible voting devices. So that's what we're waiting on right now. And as soon as then they're complete with the accessible voting device testing, they printed those paper ballots from those accessible voting devices, then we'll bring them over to each of our central count equipment. And that's one of the requirements for the logic and accuracy test, is that we test all the central count equipment that will be used in the election. So one of the things that our tabulation manager here is doing is going and touching the screen, because otherwise they go to sleep, right? And then you have to re-enter all the passwords that we need to get access to the equipment itself. So they're just trying to keep them awake so we don't have to go around and enter those passwords again. Again, just one of the, so I often get questions about all the different security protocols we have in the ballot tabulation center. And I do view that this is probably one of the most secure rooms in the entire state. However, we have to balance that security with transparency, right? Because voters want to know what's happening. I will say we might be able to save you a little bit of money if you want to cancel some of your streaming subscriptions and you want to watch us do our work 24/7. We actually have live video streaming cameras on our website at maricopa.vote right now. So in addition to this camera, you can go take a look at any of our different angles or camera views. And we have those live 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, always monitoring this room. Now, we're only statutorily required to have those cameras live when we're counting ballots. However, in Maricopa County, we take transparency very seriously, so we make those available year-round. But that's just one of the security measures. And I actually view that as something a detective and a preventive checks and balance, right? How it is a preventive checks and balances, staff know that every time that they're in this room, right, they're on camera. Those cameras are recording, but it's also streaming live to our website, right? So that's a preventive measure. Also, it's a detective measure that if something happened, right, we needed to go back and review that security footage, we'd be able to do that watching our camera views. Other things about this room, you have to be, in order to get access, this room is controlled by badge access, meaning in order to be able to open the door, they're going to actually, I'll revisit this in a minute, they're going to start counting on our central count equipment right now. Okay. So this is actually fairly exciting. You're going to see hear the hum of all of our equipment as it's running. This room can get a little bit loud when we have all the equipment running. So a few things about this equipment. I've already given you some specs of how quickly it can count those ballots, but there is a 2-tray feeder here, and that is actually ergonomically correct, right? So our tabulation operators will spend a lot of time during the day standing, feeding ballots into this equipment. And you can see with these trays, it actually can provide a lower option, making it easy for our operators to take those ballots and feed them into this double feeding tray, and then that can be elevated a little bit, be fed into the tabulator, and then as it's being fed into the tabulator, once they've been tabulated, they take them back and they set them in these stacks on this side. Now, in the logic and accuracy test, they're not doing all the normal logging of information that they would do during the original count. So typically what they would be doing, they'd have a chain of custody form that's coming from our early ballot processing team, the board that separated that ballot from that affidavit envelope. It would tell them how many ballots they sent to tabulation in that batch. So, and then our team here would then log that information on a blue operator form and say, okay, here's the batch number that was sent to us by early ballot processing. Here's the number of ballots that were included. And then they'll then feed the ballots into this machine, and they'll compare and make sure that the numbers match exactly. Or there might be some situations where maybe they don't match. And that's because a ballot went through, maybe it got through early ballot processing, and similar to what I was describing with the precinct-based tabulator, there was a voter put an inadvertent mark on the timing mark. Well, that can't be read by the tabulator, so that ballot would have to go to duplication. So there could be situations where a ballot can't be read by this equipment and has to go to a bipartisan duplication board. So all of our equipment, so I was talking about some of the checks and balances or security measures within this room, and I highlighted the live video streams. Another common myth out there is our equipment is connected to the internet and can be hacked. And actually our equipment has no capacity to connect to the internet. And one of the things, so when we get it from the U.S. Elections Assistance Commission, it goes through federal certification and state certification. But when we get it from our vendors, there's no wireless cards within this equipment, right? And then all of our networking within here, it's a closed gap or air gap network. So the tabulation equipment is connected by these wires, and you can trace each one of these wires from our equipment all the way through this exposed racking. We actually use the Help America Vote Act, HAVA, grant funds to be able to install this exposed racking. And so all of our tabulators will have a blue wire that you can trace directly from that server room that's in that glass server room through the exposed racking. Other colored wires that we have in here, we have our adjudication, and we'll be actually demonstrating the adjudication process here in a second. But all of those have a white wire. Then we have a yellow wire as well, so that comes from the server and goes to our printers that are in this room. And there's one other, well, actually two other colored wires in this room. One is a red wire, and that goes from our primary server to our backup server. So every single night, we are doing a backup of the primary server to make sure that we have, again, another redundancy. In case that primary server failed, we'd have that saved on our backup server. But also every single day, we are making a copy of that and taking offsite to a secure location, which I won't disclose here today, to make sure we just have, again, backups and backups of our processes. So that red colored wire, and then we do have one other colored wire within this room, and that's a green wire, and that is for our duplication system. I've mentioned that a few different times. So if a ballot can't be read for a tabulator, maybe that voter made a mark inadvertently, and those timing marks has to be duplicated by that bipartisan board, they use our duplication system, and that is also a air-gapped closed network system not connected to the internet, and you can identify those stations through those green wires. So I mentioned federal certification and state certification. So all of our equipment, and this is a requirement of our state election laws. I really believe that we have some of the best election laws in the entire country, and one of those requirements is that all of our tabulation equipment has to go through federal certification. That federal certification is certification by the U.S. Elections Assistance Commission, right? And they use these voluntary voting system guidelines, the VVSGs, and they hire these expert firms to come and do a very thorough security analysis, reliability analysis, accuracy analysis, all of that on our equipment, and they certify it for use in the United States. But then in our state, again, I mentioned we have some of the best laws related to this. Our state says, great, federal government, we'll trust that you did that, but we're also going to verify. So then our state then requires we have to have state certification of all of our equipment. So then they go through a very similar, robust testing process to make sure that our equipment is reliable, secure, accurate, and really easy to use as well. So it goes through that state certification. And then, right, we at the county level and at the Secretary of State level say, well, that's not enough. We want to trust the federal government. We want to trust the state government, but we also want to verify, right? So part of that verification is all that pre-logic and accuracy testing that we were doing on 100% of our equipment, but also all of this public logic and accuracy test, right? That we are performing this test before we use this equipment for the election. And so this will verify that we're using the certified equipment, but also that we've programmed this equipment accurately, and that it will tabulate our ballots correctly. So you're watching now the Canon Central Count Tabulator, and if you're able to watch as they're running those other ballots on those high-speed tabulators, you can see that these go much slower than those high-speed tabulators.
Too exciting.
So Lisa, I asked you in the primary election, what was the favorite meal you had while you're out there touring the entire state? So
Well, I'm going to say the bottle of water. Drink. I should have remembered a bottle of water. So, you know, I'm a fan of all food, Scott, so I'm not very picky about food. So I love it all. I love the fruit, the muffins, but I will say there were 4 days that we had actual lunch that worked out in places, and 3 of those 4 days there were tacos. So all the tacos, Navajo tacos, regular tacos, pizza, we love it all.
Sounds delicious. So would you just sort of describe, like, so what was the longest day for you this past week?
I think it was probably the northern counties, maybe. It's hard to say. The first day we started out with La Paz, Mojave, and Yuma, and they're all pretty long days. Like we get to the airport by 6:15, 6:30 is kind of the cutoff, so you can board the plane, because by 6:40 you really got to be in taxiway to get. It's like an airport rush hour anymore with planes trying to get off the runways. And then we were home most nights by 6. There were a couple nights we were home by 7. So just long days with those 3 counties, but it takes as long as it takes. And sometimes maybe there's one off that you have to track down. Sometimes it's a human error on our marking part for the Secretary of State. Sometimes it's an adjudication error for people, because we can call it a quiz, but it's still scary because it's still a test, right? So, and then when we have people there, observers, which we did at most counties, you want to try to stay as long as you can to answer their questions without trying to keep the pilot over 12 hours a day.
Well,
so it just depends.
So you say you had to be at the airport, 6 a.m., 6:15-ish. So that's leaving your house much earlier than that. And then you'd get home, 6, 7 o'clock at night, but your work's not done, right? You've got to prepare for the logic and accuracy testing the next day.
How do you know that, Scott? Do you have my house bugged? How do you know that? That's very true, because we would get home and then you've still got to catch up on all the emails and all the last minute things you had to do. And you have to check in with those counties for the next day to make sure everything's good on their end. So it is, if you're in bed on those nights by 10 or 11, you're in good shape. So I think I went to bed last night at 8:30 and I was happy to do it.
And you didn't have to board a plane to come to Maricopa County.
I could not. They won't fly me here. Someday maybe I can get a helicopter, but since our office is 3 minutes away, I'm happy to just drive over here. Well, this is my favorite place to drive by because you have the drop boxes. So I'm just waiting for early ballots to go out. This should hit my mailbox by early next week. I can vote it. I can drop it by on my way to the office.
Well, thank you for providing that little bit of insight, Lisa, because I don't think people really realize what the enormous amount of effort that goes into conducting these required logic and accuracy tests. Secretary of State has a small team that they hire. They train on completing all of the ballots, testing all of the equipment, making sure that you filled out those test decks correctly. And then you've got to travel the entire state to perform this at every single county. So
it's really true, and it's stressful for you all, but it's stressful for our staff too. And we were fortunate to be able to take election services on the trips this time because they weren't doing all the signature verifications for the 2 million lines for ballot measures. And so they actually see how important it is to make sure each ballot is marked according to the predetermined test deck, and that they're marked with different pens. Somebody asked that, one of the observers, they said, well, do you have a stamp that they use to mark all those? And I said, no, they fill them out by hand, just like people do at home that vote those ballots.
Well, again, thank you for all the effort you've put forward this past, months and months and months, but especially this last week, touring all the counties to making sure that all of our equipment is ready to go and certified for use in this very, very important 2024 general election. So thank you, Lisa.
You are welcome, Scott. It's my pleasure.
I think we're tabulating some of the last ballots, and then we'll head over to our adjudication stations and watch as they adjudicate their ballots. So as we're waiting for them to wrap up counting these last few ballots, just a couple other quick notes about the upcoming general election. So Maricopa County will be hiring over 4,000 temporary workers to support us in this election. We have a full-time staff of just over 65 permanent staff members that work in the election year-round, but we could not do this work without the support of our community. So we have, most likely every single neighborhood in all of Maricopa County will have some voter that's coming out to support the election in some way, whether that's being an observer at any of our voting locations, or one of our poll workers at our voting locations, or here at our central counting facility. So we will have over 1,000 of our community members coming to our central counting facility working here. And we will be having not only our day shifts, but our night shifts in order to get through the enormous amount of ballots that will be coming through Maricopa County's central counting facility, and then those two-page ballots, because those two-page ballots do add time. Right, because now it ends up being two separate pieces of paper. So if we have 2.1 million voters that participate in this election, that's sort of roughly what I'm estimating. We have about 80% turnout. That means there's close to 4.2 million pieces of paper that need to be counted through this equipment. That's in addition to the phase that happens right before this in that early ballot processing stage. That those, again, bipartisan team are separating those ballots, those 2 pages, from that affidavit envelope, and then making sure that they return the correct 2 pages. That just adds a lot of extra time to all the process that happen here at Central Count, and we could not do that without our community coming out to support us. Right, I think they're just wrapping up a few last tests on our accessible voting devices. So one of the things that we've done in Maricopa County, we have made a few upgrades since our last general election. So in 2022, we actually used to have a wall that sort of split the room, not quite in half, but maybe and 3/4 on this, 3/4 of the room was on this side of the wall, and 1/4 was on the other side of the wall. And we wanted to actually fit more tabulation equipment into this room so we can tabulate ballots a little bit quicker. And that's going to actually be very important for us, especially if we have an automatic recount. All right, so one of the laws changed in 2022 that made automatic recounts much more likely to occur. And if we have a automatic recount in that presidential election contest, and then I talked about if we have 2.1 million voters participate, 4.2 million pieces of paper that have to go through as part of that recount, that will take us several days to be able to just get that quantity of paper through all of this tabulation equipment and then meet those federal deadlines so our electoral college can then certify those results and then transmit those to Congress, so then early January they can then certify the election results for the presidential contest. And then it's not just the presidential contest, it's all those other down ballot contests that also may be triggered by automatic recount requirements. Close to getting ready for adjudication? Yeah. So one of the pieces for that accessible voting device, the reason it takes so long is because they are going through and testing the audio for every single one of those contests and those candidates, as well as voting all the different ballot styles. And given that our ballot on average is those 79.4 contests, it does take a little while to get through and vote on that accessible voting device. So that's why it's taking a little bit of time for them to finish that up. And then we have to then take those paper ballots that are printed by those accessible voting devices, run them through a tabulator, and then we can go to our adjudication stations. We're only an hour and a half into this, so we're actually progressing right on schedule, so that's good.
Did you talk about our pre-testing for the deployable equipment?
I did talk about that, but do you want to add any tidbits? So this is Christine Dicer. She's the Deputy Elections Director. She actually supervises directly this room along with our tabulation manager. And she was really designed all the different testing procedures that we did, not only for, well, her and her team, and then talking with me frequently about it, but not only for our not this test, but the political party test that will occur right after this, our countywide test, but then all the 100% of testing that we did for our deployable equipment. So you have any specifics that you want to share on the last 3+ weeks of testing that your team has been doing?
Sure. So we tested, I'm sure Scott already said, 270 accessible devices. Every single accessible device that we tested, we produced a ballot from that accessible device, actually 2 ballots from each accessible device, that were then run on the vote center tabulators that are to be deployed to that same location. So, for example, at the ASU location, there'll be one accessible device and 2 vote center tabulators. We produced two accessible ballots on that accessible device and then tested them on that vote center tabulator. So that was an important part of the testing to make sure everything's working well together. Every single vote center tabulator we tested had some ballot on demand printed ballots as part of it that were part of the stress testing for those ballot on demand printed ballots. So in a simulated environment for a vote center where ballot on demand printers were heating up and cooling back down in between when voters would be checking in. We produced all of the ballot on demand printed ballots that we used for both for our vote center tabulators, of which we have 541 programmed for this election. I don't know if that was different than what Scott has already said.
No, that matched perfectly. So, but you mentioned ASU, and I had talked about it early on, but as part of the random draw, when the political parties were selecting the different equipment to be tested, they selected one of our accessible voting devices that we need to deploy out to that ASU vote center that opens first thing tomorrow morning. So you want to talk about how we're arranging that to get out there first thing in the morning?
Just some work by some dedicated people. We're going to, at the end of testing today, seal all of the equipment that we have in the room that is going to be deployed out. So we have those seals ready to go. And then in the morning, a team is going to come pick up that accessible device and take it out to ASU and then set it up before the voting location opens at 9 a.m. So that's the plan.
Great. Well, thank you for all the immense amount of work that goes into readying for this election. Right? We haven't even gotten into actually the counting of the ballots yet, right? But it just does take weekends, holidays, long days to get all of this equipment, our ballot proof, right? We just came off a July 30th primary. It took us, several days after that to finish counting those ballots, get to the Board of Supervisors for them to canvass the election. Then we had an automatic recount that was triggered in Congressional District 3 for the Democratic contest. So then we had to do that recount, and then we had to wait for courts to finalize their decisions about what propositions were going to be on the ballot. And then we took all of that information at the very end of August, started proofing all of those 23,000 different ballot styles for Maricopa County, and then started programming all of this equipment so it's ready for use in this upcoming general election. So thank you, Christine.
Thank you, Scott.
And that's really just our tabulation equipment. Christine did mention our ballot on demand printers. So we will have at nearly all of our voting locations 246 voting locations, 3 ballot on demand printers, but some of our voting locations will have 4 ballot on demand printers. So we have a fleet of over 800 ballot on demand printers, and all of them went through a very rigorous stress test to make sure that they were ready for use in this upcoming election. And then we include those ballots. We make sure that we can tabulate those ballots on our central counting equipment as well as on our precinct-based tabulators. The reason we do both is because those ballot on demand printers are used during early voting, right? And so during that early voting, those ballots then go into a affidavit envelope that gets sealed and then still has to go through signature verification, still then has to go through ballot processing and get counted here at central count, whereas on election day, those ballots that are printed would go through those on-site precinct-based tabulators, unless it's a provisional ballot. So a voter may be asked to vote a provisional ballot. That means that then the recorder's office would have to do some research to determine whether that ballot should count or if it shouldn't count. If it should count, then those provisional ballots come through here at our central county equipment and get tabulated here. It does look we just have a couple accessible voting devices still being tested, but the vast majority have finished. So I'm gonna, before we go to adjudication, I'm gonna take another short break to get just a drink of water, and then when we start adjudication, I'll meet you back there. So hopefully in a few minutes. Thank you. Okay, so the Secretary of State has finished voting all the accessible voting device ballots. We're now running them through our tabulators. So they're running the election day ballots through our precinct-based tabulator over here. They just ran the early voting accessible voting device ballots and our provisional ballots through our central county equipment. So there's just a handful more for them to tabulate. And then after that tabulation is done, we will then send them all to adjudication. We'll be testing 5 different adjudication stations as part of the Secretary of State's logic and accuracy test. So I think we're, at this point in time, maybe 30 minutes out from being fully complete with the Secretary of State's logic and accuracy test. So, but we can walk over here and can see them as they're feeding in the paper ballot that was produced by the accessible voting device.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Do it on these, but
So there, and we've talked about it several times today, that we will have a 2-page ballot for this election. However, there's 2 ballot styles that are not 2-page. The first is that federal-only ballot that we talked about earlier, because it only has 3 contests on it, so no need to go on to a second page. The other is our accessible voting device ballot, so it will produce all the contests on just a single-page ballot. So front and back, but a single page for accessible voting device ballots. So they've all been run, so now they're able to go ahead and close the polls on our last tabulator here, and then they'll be able to pull those results out from the memory card, and then we'll pull all the different memory cards from all of our precinct-based tabulators, load them into the election management system, and then do adjudication, and then we'll review the results. So now, if you are trying to live vicariously through our logic and accuracy test of what our poll workers would be doing at the end of the night on election night, this is what they'd be doing as they're closing the polls.
And they have to do 2 copies.
That's right. So as Christine's referencing, they have to do 2 copies. They have the first original and then the backup copy. And again, those redundancies that we're thrilled to have in elections, backup plan after backup plan. So that's part of having why we have 2. So you think about for our poll workers, right? They start their day at 5:30 in the morning. They open up the voting location. They serve voters all day long, right? We are anticipating. So with this 2-page ballot, on average, we're able to estimate, based on all of the testing we've done, that with 79.4 contests on average, that'll be somewhere between 9 and 14 minutes to vote that ballot. And most people would say 79 contests, 15 of them are propositions, 13 statewide, 2 countywide. How does it only take 14 minutes to vote that ballot? And again, that's an average. So there are some voters that only are interested in voting a single contest, or that contest is on the first page or on that second page. And those voters, it only takes them a few moments, a few seconds to be able to complete that ballot. Now, we still want those voters to take both of those pages, feed both of those ballots through the tabulator. One thing that if they have a completely blank ballot, so we talked about the notice that these tabulators provide if there's an overvoted contest or an ambiguous contest. But if it's a completely blank ballot, this will also alert the voter and say, no contests are voted on this ballot, warning them. And then that allows the voter to, they again can select the return ballot. They can return it and say, oh, yep, there's no contest. Let's go ahead and I want to cast that ballot anyway. We're now removing the memory card. And there are actually 2 memory cards for every one of our tabulators, an administrator door and the poll worker door. And when you have the poll worker door, you can actually see the labeling on the tabulator. So this is the administrator door. This is the poll worker door. This is the one that was just removed from all the tabulators. And then they're taking those over to our election management system to scan in all the results into the EMS, and that will then aggregate all the results from those ballots. But we're going to go ahead and walk over to our electronic adjudication stations. Is this the camera we're going to use there? Or are we going to use a different one?
We're going to switch to that camera back.
Okay, all right. So I'll meet you all over there with the new camera. Adrian, are they still able to hear me? Okay. All right. So this is something called electronic adjudication. And why do we need electronic adjudication? Well, both federal and state law require that if our not determine a voter's intent, that we need either one, duplicate the ballot, or adjudicate the ballot. So Maricopa County adopted a process called electronic adjudication. It's allowed for in state statute and the election procedures manual. And what that electronic adjudication is doing, again, is so maybe a voter has written in a candidate. That's one of the most common reasons for a ballot to go to adjudication, because our tabulation equipment can't read handwriting. Right? What they can read is, okay, there's a oval for a writing candidate filled in, but then we need a bipartisan board. So that's going to be and these can only be a Republican and Democrat that are appointed into this board. There also is a third member to that board. It's an inspector. In Maricopa County, we only hire an independent or libertarian or Green Party into that inspector role. So the 2 judges have to be a Democrat and Republican. And then they'll review the ballot and they'll say, oh, is this a qualified write-in? Or is this a write-in? Right? Sometimes voters will vote for Donald Duck or Mickey Mouse, or non-qualified write-in. So they'll review the ballot. Again, that's the most common reason. But other common reasons are, and we've talked about a few of these scenarios already today, but a completely blank ballot. So if a completely blank ballot comes before or is sent through the tabulation system, we want to have that bipartisan board, that Republican and Democrat, reviewing that ballot to make sure that the voter didn't mark it in some other way. Maybe they didn't vote the actual ovals. They put a check mark next to the ovals, or they circled the ovals rather than filling in the ovals. That would be a reason why a blank ballot would come to adjudication. And then that board can actually look at intent, right? They can say, oh, yeah, they've consistently marked this ballot. They've circled the ovals rather than filling them in, and then they can award those votes that way. Other situations are those overvoted contests. So, again, if that's a vote for one, such as president or U.S. Senate or state Senate, all right, we're asking voters to just vote for one of the candidates that are on the ballot, but let's say they filled in 2 ovals. We want then our bipartisan adjudication boards to review that contest to say, did the voter correct it? Because there's sometimes where a voter will then cross out their vote, right? So maybe they changed their mind. They voted for candidate A, and then they said, nope, I don't want to vote for candidate A. They crossed that out and said, not this one. And then they vote for candidate B, and then write a little note next to it, this one. Well, in that situation, we can clearly tell that voter intent. Our tabulator can't tell that intent because it just sees 2 ovals filled in. But those other notes that then are added to the ballot that the voter is telling us, nope, they want this candidate instead of this other candidate, that would then be a situation that we can determine voter intent. So when these bipartisan boards are performing this action, again, we have political party observers here that are sitting here watching them as they perform their work, but also they are creating a log, a handwritten log of every action that they're taking. And the reason we have them create that handwritten log is because as they're performing all of these actions, at the end of their shift, I'm going to have them sign a log of all those that's going to be produced from the system, and this is how the system then was updated based on any of the actions that they've taken. And I'm going to have them sign this attestation that that board performed every single action and that those actions were accurately inputted into the election management system. Well, if they've worked a complete shift and they've done 1,000 ballots through adjudication, there's no way I can expect that electronic adjudication board excuse me, that electronic adjudication board to remember all of those actions. So that's why we give them that handwritten log that they can take, that they can fill out, and then they review the system generated report with the handwritten log that they've completed, and they do that reconciliation. And at the end of their shift, then they can sign that system generated log and say, yes, I did perform all of those actions. And again, that's done by every board and every shift. And I will say those adjudication boards take this job incredibly seriously, right? Because they are, and you think about all the different safeguards that we have through the voting process, right? One of those is provisional ballots. Sometimes voters are a little bit concerned about a provisional ballot if they're asked to vote that at the voting location. But that is a safeguard, right? That provisional ballot, again, that's required from, I mentioned it a few times, the Help America Vote Act, HAVA. But we cannot turn a voter away from a voting location. If they show up to vote, even if they're not showing as a registered voter, we have to be able to, and that voter wants to vote, we have to provide them that opportunity to vote. But we're going to have them vote that provisional ballot. And then the recorder's office, those provisional ballots are going to go to that recorder and the recorder's team, and they're going to then go through and do research to determine if that ballot should count. So again, that's a safeguard for that voter. Electronic adjudication is also a safeguard for those voters in case they, again, left that ballot completely blank or they didn't and they circled all their votes instead of filling them in. We can determine that voter intent. So another frequent item that does come through adjudication is ambiguous marks. So that's when a voter has completed ovals, but they haven't filled in enough of the oval. So typically that is in the form of when a voter is using check marks or X's to vote their ballot. Right now they would not fill in enough of the oval for the system to say, yep, this is truly a vote. So again, then we then have that ballot through this electronic adjudication process come to that bipartisan board, that Republican and Democrat, and they review it, and then they'll say, yep, I can determine voter intent. They've consistently marked this ballot throughout using check marks to vote, and then they can award those contests. One of the things that's coming through on our ballots here is the Secretary of State did not vote some of those for this logic and accuracy test, that second page, right? So they're making sure that they have votes as part of this test every single contest for which they are the filing officer, and then votes for every single candidate within those contests that they are the filing officer. And so sometimes that requires them to do that on those contests that are on the first page of the ballot, but then not on the second page. So then that results in then a completely blank second page. So I'm seeing several of those come through the electronic adjudication, these blank second pages. Again, and that is just that safeguard for verifying, did those voters maybe vote fill in our vote right next to the oval and not actually complete the oval. So it just has that board. Here's an example of a completely blank ballot. The board will review it. They'll leave that. There's no voter intent. So they'll just complete it and leave it as that completely blank ballot. One of the things that you may be seeing is there's these highlights that get added to the electronic adjudication system. So those highlights come in two different colors. One is, well, when there's a contest that's in question, it highlights, it puts a little red box around that contest, and it says, hey, can we have the adjudication board look at this contest? And then it will highlight the candidates that are, there's an oval that is sufficiently completed to award a vote. Now that could be an overvote. So in this situation, sort of we're looking at, well, there's actually two overvoted ovals that are filled in, and so that's showing that that is a overvoted contest, and they're going to actually leave it as an overvoted contest. The other situations or colors that you might see through the adjudication process is a yellow highlight. And a yellow highlight are those ambiguous marks. So it's telling this adjudication board the system is currently not counting this as a vote. It's counting it as an ambiguous mark. But again, if these adjudication boards can go through with those check marks and see, nope, there is a consistent voting pattern here, then they would award those votes for those, and then that would then turn those contests to green, and then they can hit complete on that ballot and then award those votes. We'll say for those political party observers that are appointed by the county chairs, the adjudication process is one of the areas that is their favorite process to observe. Right? They watch us as we're tabulating the ballots, as we're running them through the equipment, but they do spend a lot of time here making sure, right, that they are that second set of eyes. Right? We provide the political parties our training materials for how we train on adjudication. The Secretary of State actually produces a adjudication guide that all the counties use. So if other counties are using electronic adjudication, that we are staying consistent between counties on how we're adjudicating ballots. And so all of those resources are available to those political parties. So as they're coming through, they can be informed and say, you know what? Every once in a while they'll talk to our tabulation manager and say, you know, I was watching the adjudication board and I'm not sure that they did that correctly. So one thing that we can do is we can actually pull up the ballot at our election management system that they have a question about and then review it. We can bring over the adjudication board, we can bring over the inspector and say, okay, what was the decision made here, and give them an opportunity to resolve that situation. The vast majority of the time I find is the observer thought they saw something when in reality it was something different. And this electronic adjudication process is actually a very efficient process. So I mentioned both federal and state law require, when you can't determine voter intent, that you either adjudicate it through a system called electronic adjudication, which this is, or through the duplication process. Well, in the duplication process, if you have to duplicate the ballot, let's say there's just one contest that's in question, right? One overvoted contest on the ballot, and that the voter then corrected that contest, that oval. Well, if you did not have electronic adjudication, then you'd have to duplicate that ballot onto an entirely new ballot, and you'd have to duplicate every single contest that's on that ballot. And that can just take an enormous amount of time when they perform that duplication process. So this actually saves a lot of time and adds a ton of logging. Back to those hand logs that they're completing, those electronic logs that are reviewed at the end of the shift. But the other thing is The system actually assigns an audit mark to the ballot itself. So it will go through, when it goes through our tabulation equipment, there will be an audit mark that gets assigned to it that lists every single contest on the ballot and how the tabulator read the ballot. And then if it gets sent to adjudication, a new audit mark gets affixed. They don't delete the first audit mark. That first audit mark stays tied to that ballot. The second audit mark then would be tied to the adjudication board, and then it will show again how every single contest on the ballot was voted, even if the adjudication board only had to look at one contest. The one thing that, and we really encourage these bipartisan teams to have a discussion amongst each other, because sometimes they may not, it's not entirely straightforward or obvious when a voter is voting their ballot. Maybe they have a very consistent marking pattern, they filled in every single oval, and then they get to one single contest and they voted with an X. Right? Well, that's not a consistent marking pattern. So one board member may say, you know what, I think I want to award that contest. Another would say, nope, that's not a consistent marking pattern. There's 79 contests on this ballot. On 78 of them, they filled in the oval completely. There's this one contest where they just put an X through that. And so if the adjudication board cannot agree, then that's when that independent inspector would come over and only hire those independent inspectors. They're very seasoned, and they've been doing this for a long time for us, and so they understand the guidance that the Secretary of State publishes, they understand our training materials, and so then they can serve as that tiebreaker.
So we have an inconsistent pattern, but it's still a pattern, so we still reward.
It's not inconsistent. They're filling in ovals.
Right.
That's consistent.
So in 2020, we had just about 11% of our ballots for the general election have to go through the adjudication process. About a third of those ballots, the adjudication boards took no action, right? So it was because there was maybe a single contest on the ballot. It was an overvoted contest, like 2 ovals were filled in when it was a vote for 1. And the adjudication board looked at it and saw, yep, there are 2 ovals filled in. The voter did not correct their vote. They're going to leave it as is, as an overvoted contest. Again, another third of those contests, or a little bit more of a third, were for those write-in contests. And then the other were either those ambiguous marks or blank ballots. In 2022, it did increase actually slightly from that percentage, and we got closer to a 14% of our ballots were going to adjudication. And one of the reasons that did cause that increase was in 2022, we had a lot more of our voters voting with check marks and X's. And so that just caused a higher number of ambiguous marks to be going through our system. Again, that ambiguous mark is when an oval is not sufficiently completed. The system will send it to the bipartisan board to verify that it truly was a vote that the voter was intending. The other nice thing about the write-in process is 40 days before the election, right, that's the deadline for write-ins to submit their names to be a qualified write-in. and we can actually enter all those qualified write-ins right into the system itself. So if there's a write-in that's eligible or an official write-in for that contest, it will highlight that. They can. Oh, we do have a correction here. I don't know if the camera can see it.
Very exciting.
Voter zoom in. So originally the voter filled in both ovals completely. The voter has changed his or her mind, has marked out the no, and wants to vote yes.
Yeah, so here you can see that both of those ovals are highlighted by a green highlight indicating that if there's an overvote, and they have then crossed out that that one oval. This is one of our Spanish-only ballots. So, and then left the vote in the C or the yes oval, and so they're able to actually remove that vote where they've crossed it out, and now this would now be awarded a vote for yes rather than being awarded a vote in the overvote category. But again, back to those write-in candidates. So it will then allow them to have a drop-down menu of all the eligible write-in candidates. Alternatively, we would have to have then a paper list of all. Yep, so here's an example. So, so the oval next to the write-in candidate is filled in. It does look like they've left that blank, right? So they haven't actually written in a write-in candidate's name, but you can see all those eligible write-in candidates for this contest. But since it's blank, they then would not be able to award this to an official write-in candidate, so they're going to just select not qualified. And then that actually gets tallied on the Canvas report as a non-qualified write-in vote. So back to the two-page ballot. So every voter, unless you're a federal-only voter or a voter using an accessible voting device, will have that two-page ballot. It is 2 pages, 17-inch, but I don't think one of the things I've discussed yet is the thickness of the paper. So we will be using a 80-pound piece of papers for the selection. In 2022, we're actually using 100 pounds, so a slightly thicker piece of paper. So this selection, it will be slightly thinner. Again, the pens that we use and issue at the voting location, they are a felt tip pen. They're a Papermate brand, and they still have very minimal bleed through at the voting location. So really encourage those voters, if they show up at the voting location, to use that felt tip pen, because that felt tip pen dries so quickly. And so when the voters then taking that to the vote center tabulator and inserting it into that, the ink will be dry. As an alternative, sometimes voters will bring their own pen from home, like a ballpoint pen. And that ballpoint pen, it's one of actually the slowest drying inks on the market, right? It could take several minutes for the ink to dry when a voter uses that ballpoint pen. So when they're feeding that ballot into the tabulator, it then could cause smudging to occur. So we are actually, this is an accessible voting device ballot, and it looks like there's a write-in candidate for the accessible voting device ballot. So
Queue clear? Okay.
looks like
Everybody guys can close down your end.
we've cleared the queue of all the ballots that we're going through electronic adjudication. So now we'll be able to then take all those ballots, put them into the results tally and reporting application within the elections management system. Once they're populated within that application, then we'll be able to run the results report, and then we'll have the county political parties review that. They'll compare that to the results report that the Secretary of State generated. Again, this is a blind test. The county has no knowledge of the number of ballots that the Secretary of State filled out, the contests that they filled out, or how they voted those contests. So, and then they'll verify that they match. And if they don't match, then we'll have to do some research. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that everything matches. That will be done here shortly, and then we'll be able to break for lunch while we prepare for the political party logic and accuracy test, which will be next. And looking at the time, it's 11:45, so I thought it'd be a few hours this morning. So we're running maybe a tad bit slower than what I had originally projected. It just takes time to do all the testing for all this equipment, all those different contests on the ballot. Right, well, while they're producing the results report, we can head over to where the political parties will be. I think I will take another short little break and then rejoin you when they start reviewing the results report. Okay, so we do have a results report. So
The director's coming.
the state elections director is
She didn't leave you.
the report that Chairman Berlin has in his hands right now is the one that's produced by Maricopa County's election management system.
There wasn't that many sheets. I found out it was on both sides.
Oh, yeah.
If you'd have said that, Craig, I would have walked slower.
Well, for this version of it, you're not going to be reviewing any of the local contests, so it will go much quicker than this afternoon. So, but for voting, but we have the state elections director, Lisa Mara, with the sealed results, and so she's going to walk us through.
Because it's too big to go in this envelope, so I just take this. Everybody else gets that envelope. So when we do this test, we get an accessible machine and a tabulator. So we have to sort of tabulate everything in batches, and so have an issue. And then you can open that, and I don't know who's going to read, who's going to check off ours, however you want to do that.
Go ahead. I'll read off.
And the thing we're always most concerned about, we're not concerned on our end from the different buckets, if that makes sense, the early provisional election day, because we just have the one machine and we're feeding all the ballots through it. What we're concerned about is the total. So our first thing we should be looking at is the total votes cast, the cards cast. If we have 25, 24,
That's correct.
that's what we're looking for.
25.
So if we have that, we're good.
So this was a blind test. The county did not even know how many ballots the Secretary of State was bringing to this test, and now we do know there's 2,524 total ballots that were just ran through our equipment.
Start with the first one, which is Harrison Walsh. You're going to be at
243.
okay, and then we're
Trump,
just going to read all the way down there.
286, Oliver, 294. Stein, 220. Yes. Write-ins 51 for a total of 1100.
And then do we want to look at our yours? We can have to type them in here. You have write-ins.
Write-ins, we have 13 total.
So if you had
Unresolved.
if you had a qualified one, let's check those on president.
Okay, so we have, do you want to do like not qualified 34?
I don't know if we're going to have that break-in, but we're going to give one for Shelton Sierra.
So they're not only looking at the candidates in the contest that were official candidates that were named on the ballot. They're looking at the vote tallies for the official write-in candidates as well to make sure that they were adjudicated correctly.
I said I'm not sure how to pronounce that either. Well, the two-party chairs agree.
One. So does the not qualified come out in this?
It does not on ours, because we don't, they have to do that through the election management system, and we don't have that. So we'll do the same thing as we get down then to Senate.
So Craig, do you see, and I write-ins of 51, and there's a total of right. All right, so we'll go to Senate, we'll do the same thing. So Ruben, Gallego, 276, Lake.
So they have verified the total votes matched accurately for the presidential contest. They've now moved on to U.S. Senate. And then they'll continue this all the way through all the contests for which the Secretary of State's the flying officer.
Perfect, yeah, because that's all.
So again, that's going to be the federal contest, so President, U.S. Senate, U.S. Representative, our statewide contest, so state representative, state senator, and then that would also then be for the proposition, so the statewide propositions that are on the ballot.
18 write-ins, 1 for a total of 33. Qualified write-ins, Esther, 1. Seating 3. Ansari, 47. Zink, 51. Aversa, 50 for a total of 1.80. Qualified.
So one of the questions I do get asked is, why are there so many contests on Maricopa County's ballots? And one of those reasons is, well, first off, we're the most populated county in the state of Arizona, about 60% of the residents. We have 62% of the registered voters, but also we're centrally located. So that means that so the state of Arizona has 9 congressional districts. 8 of those congressional districts overlap Maricopa County's borders. So we will have 8 different congressional districts on Maricopa County's as part of our results reporting. Likewise with the legislative contests. So the state of Arizona has 30 total legislative contests. So those are our state senators and our state representatives. 22 of those overlap Maricopa County's borders. So some of our more rural counties may only have 1 congressional district or even 1 legislative district that overlaps their entire county. In Maricopa County, we have 8 congressional districts, 22 legislative districts, and then we have all those judicial retention contests that just add to the total number of contests that are on our ballot. Now they're going through all those state representatives and state senators on the ballot. Those 22 different legislative districts that are overlapping Maricopa County. So one of the things they just were looking at is in one of the legislative district contests, there was a write-in vote, but there were no qualified write-in candidates for that contest. So our election management system and the Secretary of State did have a write-in vote in those results. Right, that's still a vote, and we still need to account for that vote. It just doesn't go to a qualified write-in because there was no qualified write-in. So it goes to unqualified.
State Rep 10, Hunter 35, Simmons 26, 28, Olson 36, total of 125. Senator District 11, Miranda 12, Ayala 14, for a total of 26. Rep District 11, Madero 13, De Los Santos 12, Almond 10, Daly 13, for a total of 53. Senator District 12, Epstein 32, Bencini 28, for a total of 60. State Rep 12, Contreras 26, Travers 36, Trustman 33, for a total of 95. Senator District 13, Winters 19, Lesnar 26, for a total of 45. State Rep 13, Gonzalez 7, Carter 3, Way 6 for a total of 16. State Senator District 16, Seaman 10, Show 9 for a total of 19. State Rep District 16, Seaman 12, Locust 12, Martinez 12 for a total of 36. State Senator District 22, Diaz 52, Robinson 38 for a total of 90. State Rep District 22, Llevará 46, Luna 31, Griffin 57, Jones 56 for a total of 190. State Senator District 23, Benitez 21,
Oh, in addition to the contests that I mentioned earlier, they will also be looking for any of the retention contests, the judicial retention contests for the Arizona Supreme Court.
State Rep District 24, Abelia 49, Moses 44, 1 write-in, remaining total of 94. State Senator District 25, Dunn 21 for a total of 21. State Rep District 25, Olean 17, Carbone 18, Cooper 18 for a total of 53. State Senator District 26, Bravo 28, Harris 25 for a total of 53. State Rep District 23, Aguilar 24, Cruz 17, Edwards 22, Roberts 30 for a total of 93. State Senator District 27, Haynes 35 for a total of 45. State Rep 27, Howard 27, King 27, Rivero 27 for a total of 81. State Senator District 28, Carroll for 26, total of 26, no applicable. Write-in. State Rep District 28, Pike 26, Livingston 24, Garrelli 25 for a total of 75. State Senator District 29, Safford 17, Camp 28, total votes 45. State Rep District 29, Butcha, Chilla 19, Tom 20, Montenegro 18, Taylor 21, for a total of 78. State Senator District 30, Morgan 14, Inches 11 for a total of
Okay, they are getting near the end.
State Rep 30, Timberlake 15,
Yeah.
Yes, 11, Gillette 12 for a total of 36. Aguilar 230, Hill 237, Kolachek 201, Lopez 344, Marquez 398, Walden 372, Cease 189, Luxembourg 233, 5 write-ins. And do we have anyone?
I have one for the Trump.
Patron 2. I have Patron, Press Patron 2.
Okay, we'll have to check that for write-in.
So. It's a write-in, did you see? So we'll look that up, because that's probably a.
So we are having a different result for the write-in. So we'll have to go back and take a look at, it could be an adjudication decision made by the adjudication boards, or when the Secretary of State was creating the actual initial ballots themselves.
This number does not take that number into account, it just takes that number into account.
So we'll note that, so they're gonna track that down, and then we can move on to your propositions, which are gonna be on your last sheet, because that's all the state and federal.
So right now they're going to move on to the propositions, and then they'll need to actually go and take a look at the actual ballots themselves.
See, we won't do judges. Yeah, there should be
So
some in front of you.
now they'll go to the Arizona Supreme Court
No
justices.
way to get these, no way to get them all together. I think you start with Pollock on that one. Pollock. Yep.
I have two of them, Clint Pollock.
Uh-huh.
Pollock, yes, 324, no, 206. Total vote of 530. King, yes, 313. Say that again?
I had to do it in my head. The total was correct. I don't have a total.
We don't have a total on ours.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
We'll just have yes and no's.
Yes, 313. 345, yes.
okay.
Okay, so now I'm gonna go to props.
658.
Division one.
Could have Angela Patton,
Okay, oh, yeah.
appeals judge.
305. You have 218.
Correct. Now props.
That's half the test. See, there's a test for you as party chairs on how to do this from EMS
You're gonna
and
get
this
a
from the
special award for
tabulator.
reading these, because I
She's-
would never got the names right.
She's doing pretty good, huh?
Prop 133.
Yep.
Yes, 424. No, 336. Do you have a total?
No.
Okay. Prop 134. 314. 308. Prop 135. 178. 400. Prop 136. 324. 288. Prop 137, 283, 284. Do you want to know the yes or no? Or-
No, I'm
You got that?
yes is the first one.
Yes. Yes.
Correct.
Prop 138, yes, 220, 272, no, 414. Prop 139, yes, 455, no, 317. Prop 140, yes, 318, no, 516. In 311, yes, 156, no, 405. Prop 312, yes, 207, no, 432. Prop 313, yes, 380, no, 514. Prop 314, yes, 303, no, 382. Prop 315, yes, 297, no, 487.
Bullseye.
Okay, we'll find out.
All
where we
right,
are
and we
with
have the two
writing.
write-in ballots. Your lovely team was able to track them down very quickly, Lisa, so we can walk over and we can see indeed there are two write-in ballots for Frankfurtown.
Okay.
We have the physical ballots available, so why don't you guys open them?
And this would, you're right on this one, because this is when they got a hand type, and whenever you have to hand type from receipts, there's a point of failure somewhere.
Yeah, so we'll look at the ballots and we'll have you guys probably write a note on your pre-printed results about the discrepancy and then sign off on it.
So right now, what occurred was when the Secretary of State was they don't have an election management system that they're using to tally all the results. They're using all of these receipt tapes here, if you can see. And then they take all of that, they hand key that into a Word document. And when they hand keyed it into their Word document, they actually left off one of the write-in votes that was on these tally receipts. They've actually pulled up the two ballots that have that write-in candidates. So we're actually going to show, because right now our election management system, our results tally report is showing two votes for this write-in candidate. The Secretary of State's, again, hand-keyed Word document that they prepared was showing only one, but we did find the two ballots, and so this will resolve the initial discrepancy that we had, and it means that our results match perfectly.
Whatever you need.
Yeah, so we've got, so this is, oops. correct there, and then this, which is ours. Just to note that we should have two, and then if you just would both initial both of those. So do we agree that we have 100% match on all the races?
Yep.
Yep. Maricopa, you have a successful LNA test.
So we just passed the logic and accuracy test for the Secretary of State. Thank you, Lisa Mara, Elections Director, for coming out and performing that test today. Thank you to our observers for sitting through the morning portion. We still have many more tests to go today.
And then,
So I am going to hand the mic over. I think I'm going to have to sign a document here. So let's see.
so we actually brought two certificates. Because in the past, we just brought one, which was always so bizarre. And today is the 8th, so that's typed there. And that way, you don't have to make a copy of the receipt. You can have an original receipt. I went back to our office and I'm like, why do we have them? Why don't they have the original? They're like, we have to have the original in archives. And I was like, well, why don't we just print two and you can sign two? We can leave one there. And they were like, oh, okay. So that's, which one would you like, Scott? I don't usually date it, but I could because it's dated up here, but I'll date it. I usually have to charge for these things, you know, I don't do autographs for free, come on. Since it's officially, so you can have one of those for your records. Okay.
Thank you very much, Lisa. And thank you all for this morning. Hopefully you have some time to get a quick bite to eat, and then we'll come back to the political party element. Okay, so we've wrapped up the first portion of our logic and accuracy testing for the day. We successfully passed the Secretary of State's logic and accuracy test. Here is the certificate, so we'll actually scan this into our files. We are going to take a short break. The county political parties are going to actually go to lunch. We need to re-zero out all of our equipment so then we can prepare for the political party logic and accuracy test, so that'll be next. Why the county chairs are actually filling out the ballots that they're going to be using in that logic and accuracy test. Then our staff will take a short break for lunch, and then we'll come back, run those ballots, and then we'll go directly into the county's test where we test every contest on the ballot. So probably about a half an hour, maybe 40 minutes before we're back with you doing the political party logic and accuracy test. Thank you. Bye. Tabulator 36? Okay. I don't think that's what you guys are doing up there. Okay, so we are back for the second test of our logic and accuracy test, and this is a political party logic and accuracy test. We actually first started this in 2024, and it was based off some feedback we had from both the county parties just about, well, what exactly does the logic and accuracy test do? You use these pre-filled in ballots. We have a program, which that's exactly what a logic and accuracy test is supposed to do. Make sure that the program that we are using is going to tabulate those ballots accurately. But we thought it'd be nice then to give the county chairs an opportunity to complete, well, first off, they select the different precincts. When we did that random draw of the vote centers back in early September for the tabulators that we're using as part of the public test, we also then had the county chairs pick the contest that we are going to be selecting, because we have 79 contests on the ballot. It'd take them forever for them to go out and complete that ballot, or 9 to 14 minutes on average to complete that ballot. So we gave them 4 different contests to be able to select. Well, they randomly chose. So we select president for them. And then we let the Libertarians select a contest, the Republican Party select the contest, and the Democratic Party. I forget which ones who selected which, but I know we selected the county recorder, we selected corporation commissioner, and then we selected U.S. Senate. So those are the contests that were filled in, and then the county chairs were able to fill in those contests in any which way they fill, right? And then they'll be able, if they want to send something to adjudication, they wanted to undervote the contest, they'd be to see exactly how that was happening. Now, each of you did 10 ballots, is that correct? 10 ballots that you filled out. Now we're going to let you select the tabulators that you want to run those ballots on. So you've already selected tabulator 6 and tabulator 4. Okay, and what about are you going to do any precinct-based tabulators? Are you just going to do some?
Election day?
Oh.
It's election day, right?
I picked.
Oh, okay.
The small tab.
Oh, them small tab. Oh, 4. Okay.
She picked 6 on the high press.
On the high
Okay.
press. So we only need to then do the zeros for those 2 tabulators, but we do need to review the EMS 0 report, and you guys will be in for a little bit of a treat. So in the PDF report, we can limit it to just show the contests that we're currently counting right now. So you don't have to flip through 90 plus pages.
No.
So you just have
I'm disappointed.
Okay, president on the front, and then Senate and Corpcom.
on the back. So everyone comfortable that our EMS system has zeros in as for results? All right.
This at 12, time did we do it? 1:27, right before you came in.
Yep. So 11 minutes ago. All right, so let's go ahead and let's go to our central count tabulator first.
Okay.
All right, so I think
We'll go
6.
around, yep. So we check the zeros. All right, great. And I'll take the ballots.
Oh, you can actually run the tabulator.
That's next time.
Oh, hold you to it.
So one of the things when I listed the contests, none of the contests were one of the propositions on the second page. But you did vote in return, just like what we would like voters to do, even if they didn't want to vote for a contest on one of the page, return both. So, but that does mean those second pages will all be going to adjudication to confirm that they truly are blank ballots, are blank pages.
Okay, so this one, actually I already pulled it up, but what the last 2 ballots got pulled in together and it was showing them as one long ballot. So I'm gonna have to rerun the whole batch.
Okay.
I'm gonna discard the batch and I'm gonna rerun the whole batch.
Oh, well, can you show them the image
Let me see.
still?
I got rid of
Oh, you
it.
got it rid of
Yes.
it already.
I know, but let's see, well, hopefully it doesn't matter.
Well, that's one thing that, so this demonstrates, so sometimes when our operators are running the ballots through, one will double feed, right? And this tabulator is smart enough to know that, okay, we had a ballot that was double fed, and it says count back 3. So if they're, say they have a batch of 2,000, they separate it into their different stacks of 100, or if it's 50, and then they're running them through. They're in this top tray here, it'll say count back 3. So you'll see the operator going back and counting back 3 to find those ballots. Then they'll look at the image of the ballot on the screen to see which one's the double image, and then they'll run them back. And sometimes people are watching us on our live stream and said, look, they just counted those 3 ballots a second time. No, the tabulator itself is smart enough to know that those 3 weren't counted because there was that misfed ballot.
It seems like it doesn't go very deep into the process when it catches it, right?
Right.
It's like maybe 5 or maybe 4 or 5 deep.
I don't think, what's the most that we've ever had? Do you think it's been 5?
It depends on how fast the machine is going at the time. Because if you do it on a Canon, you only have to count back 3 or 4. But on a high pro, sometimes it's 5 or 6. I think
that's
7 is probably the most it's
Okay,
ever
so
been.
it's
Yeah.
really not that much.
No, it's not that much.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so we'll
Okay,
rerun
so
these.
We're gonna rerun these again.
So we rejected the batch.
Yes, so we're still at 0. All right, that's when we're good.
And actually, this
22 ballots.
20 ballots.
Let's see, I counted 22 ballots. Was it only supposed to be 20?
Should be 20.
All right, well, let's do it again.
well,
Okay.
0.
0. Oh, there's 22.
You want to count them? Let's hand count them.
Yeah, I counted them as they went in. Let's count them again.
Is it because, oh, I know,
1,
because
2.
yours, so that's, if this is gonna have 22, yours is gonna have 18.
This has got 18.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
okay.
That's
We
right.
played some games, we were trying to challenge your ability to adjudicate.
Okay.
And so we ended up, that's right, 18
You're gonna
on,
have 18, this has 22.
Yeah, this has 22.
on election day
Yeah.
and 22 earlies.
Okay.
So
Yes.
I have election day here, so this is gonna be 18 and that is 20.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right,
Okay,
perfect.
all right.
I'm excited.
We stole 2 libertarian ballots and voided one
Oh.
and added it to the right envelope so we didn't have to redo all the counts.
All right, good.
Yay.
That's the first test. Okay, these are actually gonna run on that machine.
Oh, yes.
And so we need to verify the zeros here.
And you wanted, which one? 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay, here, so we printed a short 0, but we're gonna go ahead and print you the long 0. Just 1. You know what, I'm gonna do it full thing this time, 'cause I-
You know, so one of the things when we're doing our chain of custody, so our early ballot processing boards, when they're separating those ballots from the affidavit envelopes, so bipartisan team of poll workers, they're then counting and they count the number of ballots that they're sending the tabulation. Every once in a while, they'll find one that has a tear in it or a coffee spill or something. And so then they reduce the number that they're sending to tabulation by however many they have to send to duplication. But sometimes, again, humans aren't always perfect. So sometimes they make a mistake in early ballot processing and they forget to reduce the number. So very similar to what just happened right here, our operators, right, so when before they actually accept the batch, so they run the number of ballots through, and they'll look at how many that are being sent to us on the form from early ballot processing, and if they don't match for whatever reason, they stop, and they reject the batch, they don't accept it, and then they take it back to the early ballot processing board. And one of the value that you all have, when you have your observers here present, we actually go ask them to join us. And we say, okay, come with us. We've got a reconciliation issue. We need to figure out what's going on. So we always go back, and every single time we're able to figure out what occurred. And normally it's, again, some human mistake when they were filling out the paperwork, they forgot to reduce the total count by one, right? And then they're able to trace it back to all the different forms that we have and say, oh, nope, here's the ballot that went to duplication. Here's the chain of custody slip here. Here's the ballot that stayed here, that we ended up inadvertently leaving on the form. But there's never been a case that we haven't been able to trace back and figure out why. Okay.
All right, we're ready to run. Oops.
And you're welcome to feed them if you'd like.
Oh, yeah, do you want to run them? Yeah, these are yours, great.
I was at Marshall.
Oh,
Let's see. Blank ballot detected. Do you want to return it back
the check.
to check?
Oh, it's a page 2.
Oh, it is a page too.
Okay, so, yep, we just got to feed it again. And then, yeah. And then when it asks you, you can cast.
Cast.
So all the second pages will be this very same way, which is exactly if a voter at the voting booth chooses not to complete either a contest on the first page or the contest on the second, we want them to do this very thing. Insert it into the tabulator. The tabulator will alert them that it's a blank ballot, and then, yeah.
We all know.
We have our fingerprints all over these.
That's right.
Here, you can do it. Yep, you go.
So when we were doing our mock election, I mean, we tried to think of every single thing that could impact us when we had two-page ballots. So how we stacked the boxes, right, or the ballots within the boxes, and when we have enough vault space, right? And what we figured out is, no, we weren't going to have enough vault space, so we had to go one layer higher on our pallets. The other thing is we timed how long it took us to get through inserting the ballots. Like on average, a voter would take to insert their ballots into the tabulator. Now this was with a 19-inch ballot, right? So on average, 2 19-inch ballots took to get through the entire process was 24 seconds, right? So that means with 2 19-inch ballots, now 17 inches is a little bit shorter, but you could get about 1,600 total voters through each tabulator. So would have at least 32 to 3,300 if you have 2 tabulators on site, voters per vote center. on average, our vote centers will have about somewhere between 1,600 and 1,700. So lots of capacity, but it was all those different things we were thinking of that we said, okay, let's do a mock election and let's just try to figure out all the different complications we could have. And that was one of the things we thought might be an issue, and we were able to resolve
And we
it.
figured out that we'll never fill one of these ballot boxes because it would take someone standing here voting 8 hours a day for 5 days to fill one of these.
Yeah.
We did it.
I guess we did fill it.
Yeah,
Yes,
we did.
because we
It took us
tested it.
a while.
Yeah.
Yep, okay, so now, if you want to take a look, we do have the ballot counter at 18.
Yes.
So we ran 18 ballots through. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and close the poll so we can read into part. This.
So for those that are watching from home, Christine Deister, our deputy elections director, she went into the room with the county chairs as they completed their ballot. So she actually knows the results because they did a hand count of the results. And so we didn't allow her into the ballot tabulation center because she actually knows the results. So again, blind test to us, any one of the county officials that are in the room. So I don't know, maybe after we finish, we can let her stay in suspense out there a little bit more to see it. No, we wouldn't do that to her.
My stack is getting longer each time. So this is what they do at the end of election day. They print the report, then they power down the tabulator, and then they only open up the poll worker door. This door will be sealed. They'll both be sealed. This will be sealed with a sticker seal, and so they'll pull this off, and then remove just the one card that we will then read into the EMS. So we'll take this over. The central count results have already automatically gone over.
Yeah.
So we'll read this in, and then we'll be able to adjudicate.
And I don't think anyone of our viewers from home could hear Renee. So she was just describing the closing process that happens on election night, and that the results from the election management system, from the central count tabulators, went directly to the election management system. That because we removed the poll worker door, we have to then take those memory cards out and then read them into the EMS station. And those all come back to us by the poll workers. We call them a little pink pack that's clear, right? And then there's two little memory card holders within that. And there's a little sticker on it that shows the items that have to go in that little clear pack, which is the keys from the tabulator, which has that security token on it. Also has keys to the ballot box itself, the actual receipt tapes that are printed at the voting location, the poll worker cards, right? So for the ICX devices that go in there, and then those memory cards. And then when those poll workers take them from the voting location to a receiving site, we have a bipartisan team at the receiving sites that we have them looking inside those packs to make sure that both memory cards are returned. Because if they're not, we're going to send the poll worker back to that vote center to go retrieve that other one. So we make sure that we're getting all those results posted on election night. Oh, so they're going to go ahead and come over. You must have sent some to adjudication.
We did.
Or you wanna partner up? All right. Overzealous voter. Okay, so we are going to.
So here's a situation that some voters do, and don't close out this yet.
Okay.
So some voters, right, when they see the write-in line, they think that they're supposed to then also write in the candidate for which they were voting, right? So the Elections Procedures Manual produced by the Secretary of State recognized that this was occurred, and then in their adjudication guidelines said, this is a situation, even though that's an overvote, right? They filled in a vote for one of the candidates, right? One of the qualified candidates on the ballot. And then they filled in the write-in line, and they wrote in a candidate's name, but it's not an official write-in candidate, right? So technically that would be an overvote. However, they said, it's pretty clear we can tell the voter's intent in this situation. So you can then, and what you have to do is actually, and it seems counterintuitive, but you have to remove the vote, the write-in vote, right? Because for that write-in vote, it's counting as an overvote. So then you need to remove it, so it's not going to count it as so they're going to have to reject this vote. But they're rejecting the write-in vote, keeping the vote for the official candidate. And you can see the little X that was applied, so that's no longer being counted as a vote.
And then it'll also show you up here on top when we hit the reject. That the write-in is rejected.
So they did the same thing for U.S. Senate with. So in both instances, the first one was a vote for Donald Trump and the electors for Donald Trump, and the next was a vote for Carrie Lake, and then votes in the write-ins as well. So one of the things that the system does, if it's, again, it's an efficiency measure, but it will zoom in on the contest that needs to be reviewed. Now, if there's multiple contests, then it'll just show the ballot. But if it's the one single contest, it'll zoom in that. But we do train the board to zoom out just to see if there's something else on the ballot that they need to look at that needs to be adjudicated as well. But the system's telling them only that one contest was an obvious adjudication issue that they need to review. So don't move forward yet.
Yeah.
So for the presidential contest here, there looks to be a pen rest in the write-in candidate. And then, but they did write in a candidate's name. into that contest. So I wonder how you guys are going to adjudicate that.
We left it as is,
No vote.
which is no vote for the write-in.
No vote for the right.
Because it was a full oval here on top and just a pen rest.
Just a pen rest. We'll see what you guys decided. If you guys adjudicated that, right? And see, sometimes voters, and you guys are actually doing a good job of simulating what voters do sometimes.
And then we removed Lake because it was not the same.
So, right. So one of the things that we train our adjudication boards are looking for consistent voting or marking patterns, right? So it's pretty consistent, right? Here we only had them vote for 4 contests, but when they are voting, they're filling in the complete oval, and it does look like they just filled in a portion of an oval right there for Carrie Lake, which could then just be a pen rest, right? So if you think about it, voters thinking about who do I want to vote, maybe they tapped their pen slightly on the ballot and then went and filled in who they really wanted to vote for. So they removed that, and the reason they knew to remove it is because of those green and yellow overlays. So the yellow overlay is saying this is an ambiguous mark. It's not counting as a vote, right? It's ambiguous. The green is saying there's enough of the oval that are filled in that it is counting as a vote, but sometimes that vote is an overvote, right? It's not necessarily a vote for a candidate. Oh, can you show the audit mark real quick?
Oh, yeah.
Right, so this is, every ballot gets affixed with this audit mark. So the audit mark shows when it went through the tabulator, and it'll show the date, the time, the tabulator that it went through, and how every single contest on that ballot was voted. Then, after it goes through electronic adjudication, a new audit mark gets affixed. Now, it doesn't replace this audit mark. This audit mark stays with this ballot and will travel with it all the way to the election management system. But that new audit mark gets affixed, and it also goes through every single contest on the ballot and shows how the contests were voted after adjudication. Even if they only took action on a single contest, it'll show all the contests on the ballot on that second audit mark. Okay, you can proceed. And when we have not in a logic and accuracy test, but real live adjudication going on. Again, these 2 individuals would be a Republican and a Democrat. We have them have lanyards. So the Democrat would have a blue lanyard, the Republican would have a red lanyard, and then the inspector has a yellow lanyard. So that's how you can identify the political parties as they're doing their work.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
See, and then so the system allows them to hide the overlays so then they can go back and look at the actual marks itself. Again, the overlays serve as a guide to tell them how the system's, whether it's counting that or whether it's an ambiguous mark. But then you can remove it so you can actually look at how the voter filled in. Oh, can you hit cancel real quick? And then can you go back to the first page? And can you remove the overlay? And then hover over the check mark in County Recorder.
Oh, it has to have those.
Oh, you need the overlay, yeah. So then it will show the percent of the oval filled in. Is it not showing it?
It does.
I wonder if it's because we hit it and then.
Check on the log.
So you can see the percent of the oval. 33% is filled in with that check mark, right? And so, and that's actually just right at our threshold. So if it's 33 and above, we program to count it as a vote. If it's 33 and below, then it's going to count as an ambiguous mark, and then ambiguous mark needs to be reviewed by the board.
And because it was inconsistent, but it counted, we left it as is.
Yeah. And that's the one thing we do train our boards on, that if there's inconsistency and you can't make a determinant on voter intent, you leave it as is, right? Just leave it as the voter voted and how the systems, like if they can't make a affirmative decision that they agree on about voter intent, then they just leave it as is.
I don't know if they're already. All right. Yeah, bring it. Send it.
Okay, so they finished the adjudication.
For the early. We
For the
did this
early.
on the election.
Yeah.
So we don't know if there was any adjudication or any write-ins.
Write-ins.
Yes.
And so on election day, when voters feed their ballot into the tabulator, they're given the option to adjudicate the ballot on site, right? So the tabulator alerts them. Here is an overvoted contest, right? And then that voter at that point in time, they could return that ballot, and then they have the option to go check in again and spoil it and get a new ballot issued to them. Or if it's an ambiguous mark, they have the option to fill in more of that oval at that point in time. So we only on election day adjudicate write-ins. That's the one thing that our on-site tabulators at the vote center can't do, is write-ins.
So it's doing all the second page.
Because they were blank.
So this would be 18 of them.
Oh, well, you had 9.
9.
18 total.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the page twos. But if you had had any write-ins, we would have gotten them here. And we weren't sure if you had any, so that's why we sent them here. All right, we're good. We will get your results.
So typically, in the cycle, when we do every ballot box in the tabulator, there's that third door, our door number 3, or a misread door. So if a ballot has to go into that, we typically do our election day write-ins on the same day we try to do our audit. And that audit is when we reconcile the number of check-ins to the number of ballots that were cast at the voting locations. And then when we have your observers here, when we unseal those misread envelopes, right, that say, and so typically it's like we had 1,000 voters check in, we had 99 ballots reported on election, or 990 ballots reported on election day, we have a variance of 10. But then we go to the precinct ballot report, and the precinct ballot report will say 10 ballots in the misread door, right? And then we go to the misread envelope, and it'll say 10 ballots in this misread envelope. At that point in time, then we know that we need to count those 10 ballots that are in that misread envelope, and then they get counted at central count, and then that makes it whole, right? The check-ins match the number of ballots that were reported at the voting location. All right. So Luke and Diana, did you go to any of the other county logic and accuracy tests in the state?
Not for the general, just
Not
for the primary.
for the primary? Yeah. Your first one.
Scott, do you want to stay over here and review them, or go back to the?
Oh, I think let's just go back to the table.
That's what I told Cox.
Heat. Well, when we get all the tabulation equipment, so there's a comment about it feels a little chilly in here. And we do keep the temperature fairly low, because when we get all the equipment running, and all those adjudication stations filled, it tends to get a little bit warm in here. So.
You know I'm not warm, so.
All right, I'll let Renee, we want to review it with them?
All right.
Okay.
It's 110 outside.
Okay. So here we have, we go ahead and read it upside down. You had 22 early ballots. You had 18 election day for a total of 40. So here for.
Oh, do we want to?
Oh, yes. Do you want to do that? Here, you want to do one and you do the other?
Yeah.
Right.
I know, right?
It will feel. It'll feel like Groundhog. Yeah, it will be like Groundhog Day.
Yes. I feel like I did this.
Especially for the zeros, then the results, and zeros and results and zeros and results.
Put that on our list, yeah. Sealed with signatures.
I haven't been able to carry a knife since I got out of prison.
They don't let you anymore, huh?
That's probably not funny, is it?
It was good.
I don't think anyone could hear you.
Okay.
All right, 22 early, election day 18 for $1.40. Presidential, Harris 8, Trump 9, Oliver 1, Stein 2.
Okay, here we go.
There we go,
Let's
president's on the
try
front,
that.
yeah.
Let's try that again, I'm sorry.
You want to do?
I was on the wrong
okay.
side. That
Early
was-
vote 22,
Correct,
election day 18 for $1.40.
Agreed.
Harris 8, Trump 9, Oliver 1, Stein 2 for a total of 20. No write-ins. Yay. U.S. Senate, Gallego 3, Lake 11, Quintana 5 for a total of 19. No write-ins.
19.
One undervote.
I don't have an under. Oh, one undervote. Yes, there we go. Sorry. Good eye. Corpcom, 3 undervotes.
Yeah.
Aguilar, 7. Hill, 6. Polachek, 6. Lopez, 10. Marquez, 8. Walden, 9. 5. Assis, 5. Luxembourg, 4. Write-in, 2. For a total of 57.
Did you say cease first and then Luxembourg? Because I think they're opposite.
Right,
in
I
here.
caught him. I
Yeah,
caught him.
okay.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
So
So
57
cease is
plus
five,
the
Luxembourg's
3
4.
undervotes get you 60. Yeah, so that's
You're
right. Mhm.
County recorder, 1 overvote, right? Stringham, 8, Heat, 11, 19 total votes.
And you have the.
20.
One overvote.
With the one over.
Okay.
Great.
You guys did really well. I was surprised because that was kind of a high test.
Yeah, we were wondering, we were a little
On the
curious
court
in the
permission?
adjudication. Yeah. You're like,
All right. So we passed the political party logic and accuracy test. No one tell Christine. No, no. Let's go.
Really sad.
Okay, so we can go let Christine know, and then we can start. So we need to re-zero.
0.
And then we'll confirm our re-zeros, and then we'll run the county logic and accuracy test, which will be very similar to the Secretary of State's logic and accuracy test. The only real well, there's 2 exceptions. One is we've already tested all of our accessible voting device equipment, so we don't have to go through the audio on all of that. When we did, and this is when your observers were here watching us as we did the logic and accuracy testing. Yes. On the accessible voting device, we printed ballots from those accessible voting devices, and they'll be included in today's logic and accuracy tests. And the other difference is we'll be testing all the contests on the ballot, not just the ones for which the Secretary of State was the flying officer. We'll be testing the ones for which we're the flying officer, the ones for when the superintendent of schools is the flying officer, so all those school district elections, and then when it's a city or town clerk that is the flying officer, right, for those city and town contests. So all of those will be tested. So we've got more ballots. So we're going to go ahead and re-zero, and then we'll come back with you viewers from home, and we'll start the county logic and accuracy test. Thank you. Okay, so we are now back with the final logic and accuracy test of the day. So this is the county's logic and accuracy test. So we started the day with the Secretary of State's. They went through and they tested all of our accessible voting device equipment. They tested our central county equipment. They tested our vote center tabulators. But they were only testing for those contests for which they were the filing officers. So that's the federal, state, legislative contests that are on the ballot. So, and then we went and did our political party logic and accuracy test. So, and so they were each offered 10 ballots that each of the county chairs could fill out and complete. They tried to trick us with some adjudication, how they filled out the ballots. We just successfully passed the political party test, and now we are onto the county test. So this is very similar to the Secretary of State's test. However, we will be testing every single contest on the ballot and many more ballots. Will be almost 19,000 ballots that we will be running through our equipment. The reason it's 19,000 ballots is that's what it takes to make sure that we're testing all the different contests and the candidates that are within those contests on the ballot. So this will take us about 2 hours just to run all the ballots through the tabulators. And then it will take about another half an hour or so for us to then review the results report after we've run all these ballots through. So I'll be checking in intermittently with you all as we go through the logic and accuracy tests. Currently, the county chairs are walking around confirming that we've zeroed out all the equipment in our election management system. So before we start the actual LNA, we have no ballots and no results included. So we'll be live streaming this entirely. And again, I'll come back as soon as we start running the ballots and running the ballots through our tabulators and doing adjudication. I'll be checking in with you again today. So thank you.
Another fun complication. Want to go watch adjudication?
All right. Okay, so we've wrapped up the counting on our central count and our tabulators. They verified just the numbers, so the total number of ballots or piece of paper that were run through the machines. So the last piece of the test is in adjudication. After we complete our adjudication, then we can run results, and then the county chairs can compare the results with our predetermined results and see if there's a match. So we're going to walk over and watch our staff members perform electronic adjudication. I think we'll go this way. It's easier. Okay.
You guys had an over-enthusiastic ballot in your deck, right? Yeah, so this is another over-enthusiastic voter.
Just wanted to make sure.
Oh, wait.
That can be rejected, actually.
Oh, it's another. Enthusiastic voter.
And the next one.
As you can see, somebody's written a message on their ballot and has gone into target areas. The majority of them are actually computer marked. We order pre-marked ballots, and that's what we're and then we either splice the unmarked ones for purposes of communication, mostly just for education. And then for our votes, we have to make sure we have at this volume, yeah.
Or at least they should be. If you see something different, then let us know.
Okay, gonna look for Charlie Bolt. Let's go check the map here. Alright, take off here. Yep, and I'm pretty sure that he is a qualified writer. He is. Charles Bolt is a qualified writer.
Junior.
Been accepted. Charles Bolt.
It's alright, man. I'm fading fast. Yeah, I got no coffee, no nothing.
Cerna, so the official name on the qualified writing is going to be Ricardo.
That's the person.
But yes, that is him. So we'll accept that. Okay.
Check the back.
Cerna, take the back. Oh, looks good on
They
there.
actually voted on it. First one I've seen they actually voted on. OVO.
This one's a true vote. You can. That looks like one that usually they don't. Back.
Just make sure.
It's an old camera, that's why it makes so much noise.
Alright, so stick send, I know, that's a good one.
Artistic photos in the BTC. We can make them look like they belong with the R&D
vintage?
bag out there.
Yeah.
Hang them on the wall.
No, it's gonna be hard when you guys are adjudicating, because they gotta write down the contest names and stuff. That's what I've been thinking, yeah, I know. They come in real dark sometimes.
It's been every time so far.
Hard to read the contest names. Yeah.
Sorry, that was probably.
Putting on the machine.
Light setting on it is too high.
Well, we did do the gray, the headers used to be, well, the props look good. Yeah, the grays used to be a little lighter gray, we did a darker gray this time, so that ballot looks nice and cold. Maybe just the skin. Looks like you're done. Woohoo! Woohoo! Close the program, close the program, close the program.
We can leave.
So we're down to our last few ballots in electronic adjudication. And then we can put everything into our results tallying and reporting system.
Old school 35mm film. Yeah. Used to come in with canisters. It's a little bit thick. 35mm film used to have anywhere from 24 to 12 shots. This one you have like 12.
Okay, so now we can go over to where the observers are going to review the results report. Can you hear me? Yeah. So this will be the longest piece of the test because there's just.
It goes much faster. Yeah. Well, you have the first page in your packet with the results. Here's the rest of them. So we'll have Patty and Craig. Do you want the first half or the second half? You guys care for the first half or the second half?
We've heard of the cheerleaders here.
Got it. Alrighty, give you guys the second half and the first half.
What are we checking it again?
Oh.
We're gonna get the actual results shortly. Move this out of your way too. And you guys are the calculators.
Or you wanna read it?
You did great.
It just sounds like you don't wanna do it.
See, I'll
Two
embarrass
things can
myself
be
when I
true.
So we still saves me.
See, I always see the first names because they can usually pronounce those. And there's usually not two people in the contest that. At the end of it. So you guys just go down. Yeah, just read each number. Yeah, I don't know why I'm making it more complicated.
No, just I'm double checking.
Yeah, read all of the numbers and make sure they match. Sure. You know, if one of you gets tired, you guys can switch off to the reading.
Whatever you prefer.
Doesn't matter which one you read.
Yes, we are.
Takes so long for such a large election.
Well, actually, the primary has more because of the different ballot styles. So you have a Libertarian Party ballot, a Republican Party ballot, a Democratic Party ballot, a Green Party party ballot, a no labels party ballot. Well, that one had no contests on it, but still, all of those different ballot styles, and then all the contests. So the primary election really is a much more complicated election than the general. The general just has a lot more turnout, and then we have, for this election, the added complication of a 2-page ballot. And they'll get all sealed, and then we can get them, or a ASU one, delivered out to tomorrow morning. Yay, ASU Sun Devil Fitness Center. Yeah, well, we've got a lot of ASU locations. I mean, it was nice because they are regionally located, lots of really good parking, and then we're able to give us, you know, a full 27-day sites, our locations.
Which is your busiest one on opening day typically?
Surprise City Hall is like our busiest vote center
Oh, is it because
every single day, and on election day. It's a rare occurrence when another voting location is busier than Surprise City Hall. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So in the primary of 2020, right, so that was the first year we exclusively used vote centers. We had 99 total voting locations for that primary. And the only location that really had any wait time at all was Surprise City Hall. And it had like a 40-minute wait time in the primary election at the end of the, right? And so that,
day one or?
no, on election day, yeah. And that was the primary. And then so that's when we implemented the whiteboard teams that would go out there and stand in front of the lines at the busy locations. And right, they had R.H. Johnson, a few other churches with all right around a mile away, and the voters would not, yeah, they're like, I don't mind waiting in line. Yeah.
Is it because of a lot of retirees?
I think so, but they have a lot of vote centers right around that area. It's just, people know it, right? And it's on the main thoroughfare. And
Scott, do you want to until we wait for the results?
what's that?
Do we want to?
Oh, no, I'm fine. Mm.
The other thing, on election day, you have wait times on the website.
During early voting too. So every day of early voting, we will be posting wait times.
Great to make sure.
And then we're monitoring to make sure that the poll workers are updating it. So the site within our command center, it will turn yellow if it's been 30 minutes since they've reported wait times, and it turns red if it's been 45 minutes. And then we're calling the poll workers to say, you need to report wait times. But they're pretty good at reporting them. We really drilled it into them those first several election cycles. Reminder, because we want the voter to be able to make informed decisions about where they're going to vote, and having up-to-date wait times is important. And that helps manage the wait times too. So I think what I was telling Chairman Berland earlier today was, right, with what we found is those whiteboard teams that would go out there and stand at the line and say, yep, it's 45-minute wait time here, but 0-minute wait time a mile away. But those voters have already made the investment of driving to the location, parking. So having to then make another action to go to is maybe a little bit, psychologically they don't want to do that. But if before they make their decision, they go to the website and say, oh, look, this location, all they need to go is a mile in the opposite direction, right? And it's a short wait time. Then they do that, and then that helps the location that maybe has a little bit of a longer wait time because it's funneling people to the locations with shorter wait times. Looks like the results have been printed. They're on their way, hot off the presses.
Here are the results. You guys had the first half and your starts on 45, right? Right. Yes. All right.
Okay, so the political party observers are going to go through and review the results and compare them to the predetermined results to the results that we just compiled by tabulating the ballots for the logic and accuracy tests.
Ellis.
And I just thought that just says our forms were the same.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Okay, good. So
Ellis.
should we,
Should we do this?
I wonder if we should do both cards cast, votes cast?
They should match, so yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
They will.
15,808. Election day 49. Provisional 25 for a total of 15,882.
Bingo. Okay.
So let's go down to the total write-ins. Ellis 1, Bodie 1, De La Cruz 1, Shelton 1, Combs 1.
Holmes one?
Which one?
Okay. So let's see, backside.
CD 1, undervote 1,886, and 1 overvote. Amish 470, Schreiker 940, for a total of 1410. CD 2, 53 undervotes, 1 overvote. Ned 14, 40 overvotes, 1 total votes 43. 5. David 1, Richard 1, Holt 1. CD 3, undervote 6, 7, 64, Aversa 981, Brighton
Feels like it's the ninth.
And I tried to put a P, but that didn't work. Party.
Over, 'cause this was the half that you guys checked, so I'm having you guys sign off on this half. All right, and then, I don't know, whenever Scott's mic is live, we'll explain to you, we did find one error. It was a human error. We're gonna be able to remedy it. It is very exciting. Proves that we're able, and, yeah, I appreciate this one. So we're talking about the accessible.
All
device.
right.
It makes an error.
So first I'll bring over the results report. So this is in the corporation contest. So these are the results that we ran yesterday, right? So the baseline results. These are the results that we ran today. And the two candidates in question are Mike Cease and Nina Luxembourg. So if you can see that Mike Cease has, in the predetermined results, baseline results, he has one more vote. Nina Luxembourg has one fewer votes, right? So this is not matching between the two. So so we don't lose track, I'm gonna go back and return these to their rightful places. So we first said, okay, this is most likely an error in adjudication, right? A human decision when they're adjudicating the ballots. When they went and reviewed that, the only adjudicated ballot in this contest was involving a write-in candidate. So that ruled that out. The next most likely area that we could find this is we voted the ICX ballots today. So those are new ballots, newly voted ballots. So this is the script that that our operator uses when they're completing the ballot. So this is how they should have voted the ICX ballot. We went and found the ICX ballot. You can see they should have voted for Mike Cease, and they voted for Nina Luxembourg. So this is the ballot that ends up getting ran. Again, the baseline results had a ballot that was voted correctly. So Christine went and set up, because we had already packed up the ICXs, set up the ICX, re-voted this script ballot on the ICX and voted it correctly. So what we can do, and this is the way the certified election system works, it keeps everything in batches. That's why we can trace everything all the way back from when it's in results, all the way back to the ballot processing board that processed those ballots, or all the way back to the vote center. But I remember in 2022, we were asked, so we had, on election night, we ran in the results card, just like we do every single election night. And then we found out that 3 of our vote centers, they had not put the separator in for the misread box and in the standard ballots. So once we realized that that had happened at those vote centers, we were able to back out the results for those vote centers and then rerun the ballots in. So we made sure that then they were reconciling perfectly. So we'll do something very similar for this logic and accuracy test. We're actually going to back out the results for the batch that had the ballot that was voted incorrectly, and then we will rerun that batch with the ballot that's voted correctly, and that would resolve the discrepancy.
How were you able to identify which one of the ballots was undervoted? Is it just because did you quickly look at the scripts? Or?
Well, we went through each.
Yeah, we went through and we were like, where's Corporation Commission for Mike Cease? Here it is. This is the.
So we went through each of those different stacks and we found it. And this is the first one, and then we just did a comparison to the script and realized it was.
We can remove a whole batch, not just a single ballot. We've unchecked the original batch that was run on this machine. Only one batch was run. So I'm going to go back to scanning here, and I'm going to scan in now batch 2. Batch 1, and we're back to 0. As you guys can see, batch 1 is no longer being counted. All right.
But you keep it for historical.
Yes.
Yes. You can never truly delete a batch once the election has been done, until you lose 0 everything else.
It just won't be included in results tallying and reporting. Just be a batch that's sitting here on the Canon. But what Christine mentioned, once we re-zero after the LNA, then that's when all the batches will start, or the tabulators will start back at 0 again.
If you were to start scanning these before you delete it out or delete their batch, it would flag, hey, these ballots have already gone through.
No.
Things like that, but our results would all of a sudden be up to 370 votes beyond what we wanted. Yeah. So So we wouldn't reconcile. So in a real election world, what that would look like is we would be had 400 ballots or whatever the equivalent array is from what early ballot processing says they sent to us. So we would know we didn't reconcile and somewhere we would take it back to be able to trace that back to somebody ran back.
And we do the reconciliation at the batch level, and we also do it daily. So at the shift level, right? So there's multiple checks throughout the process daily to catch if we're ever off. And sometimes we do find.
The back of them, those are fed only. Yes, they should be. So glad it's a can and this happened on.
There are some advantages to the cannons, though. Usually when, usually when we do our reconciliation of the vote centers to the number of check-ins to the number of ballots cast, and then we have those misreads that came back in the misread envelope. It's easier to actually just count the number of pieces of paper using a cannon than it is a high pro. So just because it's not as fast, it goes slower. It's not the double feed trays, and these actually handle smaller numbers better than the high pro.
So reconciliation goes on at the voter center, where they're looking at the number of people who check in on the whole vote compared to the number of ballots they have cast, or how does the reconciliation process work there?
Yeah, so they do the same thing. So they go and they look at our site book check-in station. It will show, and now we've got an added complication of 2 pages, right? So one voter check-in, 2 pages most of the time, right? If you're a Fed-only voter, then it is a 1-page ballot. If you're an ICX, it's a 1-page ballot. So the site book check-in station, at the end of the night, the voters go to it, and it's going to show how many standard ballots were issued, how many ICX ballots were issued, how many Fed-only ballots were issued, how many provisional, and then they log all of that on their precinct ballot report. They have to do math, so standard ballot times 2, ICX ballot times 1, Fed-only ballot times 1, and then they go and they hand count the number of ballots that were in the misread door, right?
They just can't count the misses to get them
Yeah,
down.
yeah, and then they compare that to the number of ballots that were tabulated, and those should reconcile, right? But sometimes the poll workers might transpose a number when they're writing it, or they write a number on the wrong line. So we do another audit reconciliation back here at Central Count just to verify and double check.
Okay, so you guys do a reconciliation of vote, literally, is it kind of all the vote methods combined as reconciliation?
Yeah, every stage of the process gets reconciled on a daily basis. Well, for the vote centers, our reconciliation starts happening after Election Day, right? The day after, and
Something to reconcile before
yeah.
election day.
It's the recorder's office who handles voter registrations.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you guys have any idea where they're at in the process, if there's a backlog of any amount for voter registration?
Well, I know that they had quite a large number of individuals drop off paper voter registration forms yesterday, and well, even through the weekend and leading up into the last few days before the weekend. So they're still in the process of doing some data entry for those, and then even it's sometimes hard to read the handwriting on some of those forms, so then they have to go through and do their audits and then check that against other systems. Or a lot of times it's a voter that's already submitted a voter registration form. They're just updating it, right? Because they moved from one city to another city, or maybe they were not on the active early voting list and they want to be on the active, or vice versa. They were on the active early voting list and they want to be removed. So they have all those audit queues. So we will still have to do our cut totals, on Monday. So Monday next week, the cut totals, and that's what we transmit to the Secretary of State saying, here's the voter registration final numbers. But they still may be doing some audits post that. I think their goal is to have all the data entry done before that period of time, right? But if there's some sort of audit that they have to do, that might take a few days past that.
And we have 370, which is the correct total ballots for this particular deck. Just gonna make my note here. Okay. And we're gonna set the batch, and we're gonna go over and do adjudication now for this batch, because there's adjudication that needs to happen with this batch. And that's why we need the corporation commission. You just can't produce results. All right, so the voter intended for this to not be counted and this one to be counted. Do you agree? All right. Okay. That should be it.
Oh, wow, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
That was it, right, Elisa?
The quickest adjudicators out there.
Yes.
All right, well, you know, the
That's why there's a very systematic way of, preparing the LNA this way, so we can trace it back if there were someone when they're actually voting the ballot according to a different script.
Yeah.
But again, you weren't there, but Christine pointed out the tabulator counted it correctly. It was the operator that voted it different, but it still counted it correctly.
Yeah, in the real world, that would have been just the way they voted.
Yep, that's right. Right, well, we'll see if now this resolves it, and then we can all, and there's still a lot of work left for us to do. We've got all of our early voting locations, 12 of them opening tomorrow, and then all those.
Equipment is already there.
Oh, it's already there and set up, yes.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
except for the one. But making sure the poll workers get there. We're opening on time at 9 a.m. And then making sure all those ballots get to the post office. Those 1.9 million.
I didn't have you once again making baseline results and the new total results. No, just for the Corporation Commission contest. Don't worry.
Okay. So, undervotes, 8102, overvotes, Hill 2654, Polacheck 3981, Lopez 1327, Marquez 2654, Walden 3981, Cease 1327, Luxembourg 2654, write-in 1, for a total of 19906.
Frank, get a write-in.
Right, yes.
You should still have writing. We didn't touch that.
Cool.
Yay!
All right.
I'm going to write a little narrative on this new results and have you guys sign it. Thank you. All right. So,
Okay, so we have successfully reconciled and passed the county's logic and accuracy test. So there's just a few items of paperwork that we'll need to complete, and then we'll be wrapped for the day for all 3 of our logic and accuracy tests. So congratulations, everyone. Thank you. And you're welcome to keep tuning in as we're finalizing this last paperwork, but I'll be signing off for the rest of the day. So thank you. Bye.
Kills cost.